Okay, dear members, anybody who has received the login, okay, you can just go to the university login and you can check there. Okay, you will find Medhavi Skill University books there. Okay, now I will share you. If you go there, see, this will be the dashboard wherein all your 4 books will be there. So, in accordance to the books you open, okay, totally that percentage will be filled automatically. What pages you open, all those things will be recorded there. Everything. Okay. So anybody who has received, even now an option of download has been given. Okay. Download options is also given. The quiz is also given. You can all make use of it. Okay. So the download options were given. Great. It actually, I was also updated today by some of our member. Okay. Everything is provided here. Okay. Okay, madam. Thank you, madam. You can continue.
So morning session we have done with audit, inspection, search, and season. Right? So morning session is clear, right? So after inspection, if the proper officer seems that there is some evidence, okay, where there is some evidence, so he will what he will issue a notice, okay, for this search, then inspection. So whether inspection on provisional basis, okay, sorry, confiscate the goods. Okay, then the goods can be released on provisional basis, actual basis, or disposable of goods if it's a perishable goods. The next, inspection of goods in movement. If the goods are in transit, inspection during the transit can be carried out even without the authorization of JC. Okay, and inspection of conveyance carrying assignment more than 50,000. That is near toll. It can, I mean, the goods can be checked. Okay, the person in charge should have the valid documents. Okay, and invoices, supporting packing bills, and other like e-way bill, okay, during the inspection. Next, power to arrest. Arrest means take into the custody of a person when there is some lawful command or authority. Arrest can be authorized by commissioner only when the tax evasion is more than 2 cr. Okay, if there is a continuous case like offense has been taken place, then this monetary limit does not apply. Okay, safeguard of a person under arrest. If it's a cognizable offense, inform in written grounds of arrest must be produced before magistrate within 24 hours of arrest. Okay, if the amount is more than 5 crore. If it's a non-cognizable and bailable offense, the ACDC can release on bail. Okay, then code of criminal procedure shall be applied for the arrest. Powers to summon persons to give evidence and producing the documents. During the course of inquiry, proper officer may summon any person. Okay, it can be an employee also. Okay, to appear him before him and give the evidence to produce the documents. Person is a duty bound to appear and tender the evidence. Okay, then documents or evidence shall be specific. Calling entire set of books of accounts is not permissible. Okay, then a person can modify, withdraw the statement, but not inordinate delay. Means, so he had given one what statement. Okay, so he like after returning he cannot modify. Okay, in such case, after 2 days, 3 days, he can't change his statement, whatever the statement given by the person. If summoned person does not appear without any reasonable justification, he can be prosecuted under IPC section and penalty up to 25,000. Okay, so these are the IPC sections where the defaulter will be okay not appearing when summoned under section 174 can be what the penalty can be charged or abscond to avoid services of summon, does not produce documents or gives a false evidence. Okay, the summon should be at this is a summon should be at last resort. Okay, so language should not be in harsh and prayer before issuing a summon. There should be a prayer prayer permission from the officer who is above the AC, that is commissioner. Senior management officials of the large company or public sector undertaking should be issued only when indication of their involvement in decision leading to loss of revenue. Okay. In large companies, it's only in the case of loss of revenue. Okay, respect the time of appearance given in the summon. Okay. So access to the business premises, so where the tax registered person or taxpayer cannot deny that he cannot produce the books of accounts or any other documents. Okay, he should keep ready, okay, and provide the access to the proper officer during the course of proceedings. Officer can have an access to the business premises and inspect books of accounts, computer software. Means if accounts is maintained in digital manner, in such case the what a computer can be accessed. Duty of a person in charge to provide the following records: your income tax audit reports, audit of annual financial report, cost audit report, trial balance, other relevant documents, records prepared and maintained by registered person and declared to proper officer. Okay, next, officers to arrest. Okay, okay, in that police, railways, customs officers engaged in collecting GST and land revenue, all village officers and any other notified class of officers. Clear? So next we have read with section 73 and 74. All along in full taxation law, you will get section 73 and 74. So in 73, any mistake had done had taken place. Okay, it was not intentionally the mistake had what mistakenly you are evaded the tax. Okay, where here fraud, misrepresentation, misrepresentation, evasion of tax, evasion of tax. Okay, and here reason my showcase notice. When can the showcase notice can be issued? So the time limit is 2 years plus 9 months. Time 2 years 9 months from the date of relevant annual relevant annual returns. Okay, that is with relevant annual returns. Whereas here 6 months plus extendable time of 4 years from the date of relevant annual returns. Okay, if you want to issue for 2018, 19, then from there the 31st December 2019 is my annual return date to file the annual return. From there 6 months plus 4 years for to issue the showcase notice. So orders to be issued within 3 years from the date of receipt of within 3 years from the filing of annual returns. Year within 5 years. So I will say demand applicable is, so the demand relating on demand shall be only when the amount of duty or tax is not less than 100 rupees. Okay, so showcase notice can be issued to any person. Okay, were not being levied. Tax evasion, short levied, not paid, short paid, erroneously refunded, input tax credit wrongly availed or utilized. Okay. So in such cases, the proper officer can issue an show cause notice. So where any other reason, it can be my bona fide mistake. Okay. In such cases, my time limit is at least 3 months before the demand order or 2 years, 9 months from the date of filing annual returns. Okay, that is 2 years plus 9 months. Okay, so totally, so it will come 3 years. That is short payment, non-payment, erroneous refund, wrong availment, or utilization of ITC other than fraudulent. If it is fraud, collusion, or willful misstatement, suppression of facts, in such cases, okay, at least 6 months before demand order, or that is within 4 months, 4 years plus 6 months from the due date of filing annual return. Okay. Next, after issue of show cause notice, okay, the demand order in this case within 3 years, okay, should be what demand order should be given within 3 years from the date of furnishing the annual return year, 5 years. Okay, the penalty. So if you say that whatever the order is given that this demand is correct, so in such case penalty shall not be levied. Only whatever the interest and late fee part will be, that amount should be paid. Okay, if in case of fraud, that you are accepting that you are evaded the tax, in such case 15% of tax amount and proceeding demand, whatever the demand is there, penalty, okay, to be concluded, okay, except section 132. The next, if tax and interest is paid within 30 days, okay, on voluntary basis, if I pay, there is no penalty. If within 30 days pay, also no penalty, but here 25%. Okay, but whereas here, if tax and interest is paid within 30 days of communication of order, communication of order, here 10% of tax or 10,000, whichever is higher, and penalty in this case 50% of such tax and proceeding deemed to be concluded. Okay, then where the tax and interest is paid after 30 days of communication of order, after 30 days of communication of order, then 10% of tax or 10,000, whichever is higher, your penalty 100% of such tax. Okay, if general rule, if not paid, if any registered person has not paid the self-assessment tax or excessively collected, okay, if not, but excess collection of tax but not paid within 30 days, in such case, penalty will be 10% of tax or 10,000, whichever is higher. So next is the proper officer shall intimate before issuing the show cause notice. Okay, he may call or intimate that, okay, before issuing a show cause notice, that these are the things taken place, and that this is the interest tax which is leviable. Okay, as per section 73 and 74. Okay, so in such case, before communicating to the what a registered person, the proper officer should communicate about the show cause notice. So next, initiation of recovery. So once the demand is done, so how the recovery? The recovery should be done within 3 months from the date of service of such order. Okay, failing which the recovery proceeding shall be initiated. Okay, if if the payment is not done within the 3 months from the order of the order of the service, sorry, of the date of service of such order, the what recovery proceeding shall stand. Okay, then next, tax wrongly collected and paid to the what is CGST or SGS, like central government, state government, a registered person who has paid the central tax and state tax or union territory tax on the transactions considered by him to be an intrastate supply, but which is subsequently held to be an interstate supply, that shall be refunded. Okay, the amount of excess paid. So where there is no cross utilization of credit, CGST and SGST, in such cases, okay, the whatever the tax paid can be refunded. A registered person who has paid IGST on a transaction considered by him. The mode of recovery. So after initiating the recovery proceedings, first the reduction of dues from the amount of the tax ordered to such person, that is refund. Reduction from the refund payable to him. Recovery by way of detaining, selling any goods belonging to him, disposable of items on in a specified manner, okay, which has been detained. Recovery from third party from whom money is due or may become due to such person, or recovery from such who holds or may subsequently holds money for such person. Means your bank account can be attached. Then detain or seize any movable items or immovable property belonging to such person until the amount is paid. If the dues are not paid within 30 days, then the said property is to be sold and the amount payable, including the cost of sale, will be recovered from the sale proceeds and balance will be refunded. Okay. The officer will prepare the certificate of dues and send it to the collector of a district in which such person owns any property, resides, carries the business, and collector will recover such amount as arrears of the land revenue, or by way of making an application to appropriate magistrate, who in turn shall proceed to recover the amount as if it was a fine imposed by him, or by enforcing the bond instruments executed under this Act's rules and registrations. Okay, then you have an option. Okay, if the taxpayer is not able to pay at one go, so he can pay at installments. At installments, maximum is 24 months. That is 2 years installments, and then the installment it will not be allowed for less than 25,000. Clear? So the person who can avail the benefit is by okay, the person can avail the benefit of payment of in installments by making an application to the commissioner. Okay, an application should be made by specifying the reason for such request. On receipt of application, the commissioner may allow the payments of amount in installments subject to maximum 24 months installment and on payment of application applicable interest. If, however, where there is a default in the payment of any one installment on its due date, the whole outstanding balance will be payable on such date and shall become due and payable forthwith, and shall without any further notice being served on the person is liable for recovery. If there is any default, okay, in paying of installment, the whole amount shall become recoverable at one go. Okay. So facility where installment is not allowed is one is an already a defaulter. Okay. And the taxable person has not been allowed to make payment in installments in preceding financial years. Okay. Then before he was not allowed based on previous judgments, and the amount for which the installment facility sought is less than 25,000. So in these three cases, installment is not available. Yes. So next, in recovery, so if in certain cases the transfer of property will be void, okay, if a person intentionally sells the property to another person at lower consideration, okay, so that he knows before only that there would be some demand. In such cases, the whatever the sale agreement contract will be, that will be void at from initial stage only. But there is an exception, is that if it has been sold at good faith at an adequate consideration, in such case it is not a void agreement. So here, whether when a person after any amount has become due from him, okay, when he has a 30 days period, creates a charge on the property belonging to him or in his possession by way of sale, mortgage exchange, or any other modes to transfer whatsoever of any of his property in favor of any other person with the intention of defrauding the government revenue. Such charge or transfer shall be void. Okay, so there is an exception. Okay, provided that such charge or transfer shall not be void if it is made for adequate consideration in good faith and without a notice of pendency of such proceedings under this act, or without notice of such tax or any other sum payable by the said person, or with the previous permission of the proper officer. Okay, either he don't have the consent, like he don't know whether there would be any demand or any sum payable by his side, or he has taken already the what previous what already taken a permission from proper officer. Clear? So tax will be charged first on property, notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in any law for time being in force, says otherwise provided in insolvency or bankruptcy. Okay, any amount payable by taxable person or any other person or account of tax on account of tax interest penalty which he is liable to pay. Okay, the government shall first charge on property of such taxable person or such person provisional attachment. Okay, if the proper officer will get to know that some defrauding will be taken place. Okay, in that, in order to what get protected against the demand and revenue to the government, he can he can attach the property on a provisional basis. Okay, that is valid for 1 year from the date of order. Example, like sorry, during the pendency of the proceedings under demand and recovery. Okay, if the proper officer is of the opinion that for the purpose of the protecting the interest of revenue, okay, he may provisionally attach the property which shall be valid for 1 year from the date of such order. So continuation and validation of certain recovery proceedings. Okay, so where any notice of demand in such government dues, enhanced the due. So where in after the order is appealed or revision, okay, the commission shall serve upon the taxable person or any other person notice of demand, okay, where there is an enhanced dues. Okay, in that case, the notice of demand can be served. Continuation and validation of proceedings, any recovery proceedings in relation to such government dues as are covered by the notice of the demand served upon by him before the disposal of such notice. Okay, before disposal of such appeal, revision or proceedings may, without the service of any fresh notice of demand, be continued from the stage at which the proceedings stood immediately before such disposal. So, during the time of inspection, we had a certain documents. Okay, based on that documents, we created a demand notice. Okay, after again re-verification, okay, again revision, there was an increase in the demand. Okay, so same on the same demand notice only can be there. There can be a continuation. Okay. Government dues are reduced. It shall not be necessary commissioner to serve upon the taxable person on fresh notice. Okay. The commissioner shall give intimation of such deduction to him or to the appropriate authority with whom recovery proceedings is pending. Any recovery proceedings initiated on the basis of the demand served upon him prior to the disposal of such appeal, revision or other proceedings may be continued in relation to the amount so reduced from the stage at which such proceedings stood immediately before disposal. Clear? So, so what is advance ruling? Advance ruling. Recovery. Next, what is advance ruling? Advance ruling. Advance ruling. Advance ruling. Error, pass, order, focus. Clarity, yes. Clarity for any difficulty, yes. So, instead of going on provisional assessment, okay, there the assessing officer takes up to 90 days final to give the final decision, okay, on the rate of valuation or the rate at which the GST to be charged on particular item, whereas here before entering into the transaction, okay, the what you can take the permission, okay, clarification from the government, I mean authority, okay. So here that is before where the advance ruling can be appealed only for certain application where it is under section 97 or under section 100. So either for the clarification of any goods or services, okay, or if any due to notification, so due to notification, certain item has become taxable. Then what is the transaction value? Okay, determination of time and value of supply, admissibility in input tax credit. Okay, whether to be an advance ruling helps the applicant, okay, in planning his activity which are liable for the payment of GST and customs well in advance. Okay, to for to calculation. Okay, on that basis it helps in providing a long drawn and expensive litigation at later date. Okay. So process is advanced ruling is inexpensive and the procedure is simple and expeditious. It also provides certainty and transparency to a taxpayer with the respect to an issue which may potentially cause a dispute with the tax authorities. Okay, binding effect. The advance ruling pronouncement by a authority is binding on the applicant who had sought it and the government authorities. Okay, so whatever the advance ruling given to an X person cannot be same applicable to an Y person also. Okay, there will be a case to case differs. Then next, the objectivity is provide certainty of tax liability in advance in relation to an activity proposed to be undertaken by an applicant, attracts foreign direct investments. They'll have a reasonability and they'll be assured of the tax liability which should be borne in India. Okay, speedy decision, inexpensive process, transparency, and reduce litigation. Okay, so as per advance ruling means the decision provided by the authority or appellate authority to an applicant on the matters or on the question specified. So, okay, in these two sections, okay, the matters related to these two sections can apply for the advance ruling. So applicant can be any person registered or desirous of obtaining the registration under this act, and section 97 tells that classification of any goods or services or both, applicability of a notification issued under the provision of this act, determination of time and supply of time and value of supply of goods or services or both, admissibility of input tax credit of tax paid or deemed to have been paid, determination of liability of tax. Okay, whether applicant is required to be registered. Okay, example, required to be registered, whether particular, any particular, one second. Okay. Then whether the applicant is required to be registered. Okay. Example already given, if an exhibition is conducted by an X person. Okay. Before initially. So whether this person is required to be registered. If already it's given in law, then he should be registered under casual taxpayer. Okay, whether any particular things done by the applicant with respect to any goods or services both amount to or result in the supply of goods or services within the meaning of the of that term. Okay, so advanced ruling authorities officer not below the rank of joint commissioner. So who will be the applicant authority? See, so there is an hierarchy. First, we have is administrator or inspector, initial, who will come for verification during the GST registration. Next, above them, assistant or deputy commissioner. Then next, joint commissioner, finalist, principal commissioner, principal commissioner or commissioner. This is the hierarchy. So here, yeah, so advanced ruling can be done by not below the rank of joint commissioner, means joint commissioner, principal commissioner. Okay, can pass the is the authority for the advanced ruling. So first, the process is okay. applicant. So applicant should make an application plus with fees of 5,000. Okay, this is for one if it is CGST. If you are making both CGST, SGST, it is in 10,000. Okay. So to an advance ruling authority. Okay. Authority for advance ruling. Okay. Then after that, concerned officer, when the application is made, okay, he will send the authority will send, okay, the copy of the sent copy of application to the concerned officer and call for relevant records, okay, from the applicant, okay. Then after the when after his opinion also, then he'll examine the board. AR will examine the records and pass an order. Records and pass order. Okay. If cases admitting application or rejected. Why it is rejected? Rejected is if already judgment is passed. Okay, already there is in a law. Also, in that case, the advanced ruling authority will reject the application. The cases, okay, which is valid in such case can claim what in such case can take into consideration. Okay. So in cases, so you need to make an application in ARA 1 and as a applicant and other relevant documents should be signed by the applicant. The application and other documents, okay, supporting documents should be submitted and with the fees of 5,000. The next, the applicant, AR authority will forward the copy of application to the commissioner after examining the application and records. Application may be rejected, allowed or rejected. If allowed, shall examine the further material placed before obtaining it and shall pronounce its advance ruling on the questions specified in the application. Okay. The advance ruling shall be pronounced within 90 days. So within 3 months, the ruling will be given from the receipt of the application. A copy of advance ruling pronouncement by the authority will be duly signed, okay, and certified by the member shall be sent to the applicant and the concerned officer, jurisdictional officer for such pronouncement. If it is rejected, cases where it is rejected, if already it is pending with some authority, okay, whether it's with High Court, Supreme Court, okay, if the question raised same already decided, if already decided, one it is pending between the court with the court or already the judgment has been given, okay, then hearing, so reasonable opportunity to be heard will be given to an applicant before passing an order of rejection. Clear? So clear with this? Yes. So next, if there is a difference between the member of the authority, okay, on any question on which the advance ruling is sought, they shall state the points on the differences and make a reference to the appellate authority for advance ruling for hearing the decisions on such questions. Okay. Appeal to appellate authority, where concerned officer or jurisdictional officer or any applicant aggrieved by an advance ruling may appeal to the appellate authorities. Okay. Constitutional of appellate authorities. Appellate authority for advance ruling constituted under SGST and UGST shall be deemed to be appellate authority in respect of the state or union territory. Okay. To be the application to appellate authority to be made within 30 days from the date of ruling is sought. Second. So here, when after taking the decision, when we are aggrieved, so you can pass for appellate authority. Just 1 minute. Yes. Okay. So similarly, what if the procedure and the order? So first, I'll make an application. Okay. Then after examining the application records, the application may be allowed or rejected. Okay. If the application is allowed, so shall examine such further materials placed before or it is obtained by it, and it shall be pronounced its advance ruling on the question specified in the application. Okay, this is done, right? Already. Your application is made by the applicant. Advance ruling authority will send a copy to an concerned officer. Okay, after examining the records and orders, the authority will have whether he can admit or reject. If rejected, it will be either it is pending under any authority or already decisions has been given on such case admitting. So there will be a reasonable opportunity to be heard and further documents will be examined before providing a ruling, advance ruling. Then procedure and order. So appellate authority may confirm or modify the ruling appealed or order to be passed within 90 days from the date of filing of appeal under section 100 or by reference with made under section 98. If a member of advance ruling authority may differ in any points, it shall be deemed in the advance ruling and can be issued. A copy of order should be given sent to applicant, concerned authority, jurisdictional officer, and the authority. Nature of advance ruling or order. Okay, the advance ruling or order by advance ruling authority shall be binding on the applicant for specified matter, or a commissioner or authorities subordinates to him with reference to the applicant. It cannot be treated as precedent and applied to other cases. Okay, it will be only between applicant and the authority commissioner. Okay, in it only has its persuasive value. Ruling is valid for a period from the date of such ruling to the date of order declaring to be void. Okay. And if there is any change in law or a fact, advance ruling will not be binding the applicant and department. Applicant is not bound to undertake the proposed activity for which ruling is obtained. So void ruling, void when it is obtained, okay, when by obtained by way of fraud, misrepresentation of facts, the ruling shall be declared as void and initio. Then the effect will be the act shall apply to the applicant as if such advance ruling was not made. The power of authority is to exercise the powers of civil court and to regulate its own procedures and to hear and determine all applications and petitions to modify and amend the advance ruling. So after giving a ruling, there was a mistake. So the authority can amend its ruling, rectification of order within the 6 months from the date of order. No, application fee is 5,000 nominal. It's not like any deposit, so it cannot be refunded. Okay, clear? So when the order is passed, assessee feels, uh, taxpayer feels that the order is not in, when it is not in favor of him, he may approach to adjudicating authorities. Adjudicating authorities. Okay. Authorities. Where one appellate authority. If you want to go further appeal, if assessee 3 months plus 1 month, he'll have a time limit of 3 months plus 1 month. Extendable is 1 month. Okay, to appeal further to appellate authorities if department feels, okay, so that this was in favor of the assessee and there was some mistake while passing and the order, okay, where JC joint commissioner feels that his assistant commissioner ACDC has passed the order out erroneously or with in favor of assessing. In such case, even he can apply to the adjudicating authority. There the time limit is 6 months, extendable is 1 month. Next, the appeal was given. Here only department can apply. Department, when he feels the decision was in favor of assessee and there was an erroneous refund or what with good understanding what instead of paying 100% of demand he made assessee to pay just 10% or 15% of demand and pass the order. Example, okay, in that case he can call for revisioning, okay, revision of order, that is revisioning authority is there. apply for revisioning authority. Here he has a time of 6 months to 3 years. The next GST appellate, that is tribunal. If assessee feels like after the revision, he feels that his liability has increased, it is not in favor of him. Such case, he can appeal for tribunal authority. In that case, he will have 3 months plus 3 months time to appeal for GST tribunal. That is for department, we have 6 months. Whereas appellate authority, in case it is against the favor of assessee, again here 3 plus 3 months. If department, it is 6 months. But before appealing, okay, before going to adjudicating authority, there should be a pre-deposit. This deposit is refundable. The pre-deposit is either 10% of demand or 25 crores, whichever is less. If after decision you are not satisfied, assessee is not satisfied, if you are going to tribunal, such case you need to pay 20%. In over of addition of 10% of demand, you need to pay 20% of demand, and if anything, the whatever the part of demand accepted by you, that part, okay, or 50%, sorry, 50 crores of demand, whichever is left. Clear up to here? Yeah, 10% of demand, that includes interest, tax. So first, okay, first, the adjudicating for adjudicating proper by proper officer, okay, order by proper officer to satisfy himself about the legality or the priority of the order, okay, he can, the officer can file to the appellate authority. If his assistant has made some errors or want to get revision, in such case, department can, what the order, the proper officer can file, okay, to appellate authority. So where in the form GST APL 01 appealed by the aggrieved person within 3 months from the date of communication of the order, condemnation by plus 1 month. This is for my assessee. Then next, if it is by authority, my proper officer, that is APL 03, then they'll have 6 months plus 1 month extendable period. Then if in case the order of the officer below the rank of the revisional authority, that is not below the JC, Joint Commissioner, it has been erroneous, illegal or improper, not considering the material facts. In such case, only department proper officer can apply for revision. So, revisioning authority on his own motion or information received or on request of SGST or UTGST commissioners can appeal for revision. Can appeal for revision by revisional authority, enhancement or modifying the annuling. So, appellate authority, okay, will be commissioner appeals or additional commissioner appeals. Okay, if it is made by joint commissioner. In my hierarchy, the next level. So, I'll be making to the commissioner appeals. Okay, if commissioner appeals order of deputy commissioner or ACDC. Okay, commissioner appeals again. If any order against order deputy commissioner will be for commissioner appeals. Then appeal against the order of appellate authority. Okay, if it is against or revisional authority, then you can make an application within 3 months. Okay, then from that within 3 months for tribunal, where your precondition is 20% of the disputed amount. Disputed amount can be either your tax, interest, or penalty. There is not only tax, interest, or penalty, or subject to maximum of 50 crores. Okay, if you are disputed only with tax, disputed tax, so admitted to tax fully. Okay, you are considering the tax amount is full. Okay, but disputed with tax full and 10% of disputed tax only and not for penalty. No, sir. So what is disputed? I'm asking. Whether it is tax, interest, penalty. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. If it's only tax means tax. If 10 only tax amount, 10% of such amount shall be paid as pre-deposit. If the order of appellate authority or revisional authority were disputed point of place of supply, then it will go to National Appellate Tribunal if it is place of supply. Whereas in case of other cases, it will be either state or area of tribunal, where say place of supply takes place between two states. Then it will be between where interstate sales take place. It will be under National Appellate Tribunal, and direct will be, if you're not satisfied with the appellate tribunal order, direct you should apply for Supreme Court. Whereas in any other, the state is involved. Okay, the order you are not satisfied. The next High Court, you'll apply for High Court, then appeal. Even here, the decision is not in favor of the assessee, the department, then apply for Supreme Court. Clear with this? Appeal and revision. Yeah, only tax. If you accept the tax, but the demand other things like penalty or interest levied on you, it is more. In such case, on that penalty or demand, 10%, whatever the demand which you are not accepting. So when the assessee has approached the High Court or Supreme Court, they won't take the in consideration of the facts. Okay, they're only question of law, not the not not the fact. It's just jumble. So can we have 10 minutes break? Shall we have 10 minutes break and come back? Yes. I think subject is little speed. Okay. By 7 then we'll join again. Okay. So shall we start? Yes. Um, One second. Yes. Yeah. So first, so the order passed by the proper officer. So I disagree with the order. So when I disagree with the order passed, when I feel that it is against my favor, then I will appeal to the what? Then I'll make an appeal to adjudicating authority. If an assessee, okay, if assessee, okay, is an aggrieved person, if he files, okay, where he can file within 3 months. Application should be filed within 3 months plus 3 months. 3 plus 1, sorry, 3 plus 1. Okay. Whereas if the commissioner feels on his own motion that the order should be revised, in such case, he has a time limit of 6 months plus 1 month. Okay. The order passed by his assistants where it was not in accordance with the law. If we are under this, under the if he's not able to apply under the to appellate authority, he can make a revision when he has a time limit or a time limit where he has a time limit of 6 months to 3 years. 6 months to 3 years. Clear? Again, if you are agreed, if there is, if you are not in favor, the order passed by appellate authority, then you can apply for appellate tribunal. Again, in that case also, the order is not in case in favor of assessee. Okay, if if the order is it's with regard to place of supply between states, then national appellate authority. If other than any other than the what place of supply the point, then in such case tribunal may take up the case. If there also the assessee is not not in the favor of decision given by appellate tribunal, okay, he may apply to high court. The next is Supreme Court. Whereas in National Tribunal, direct to the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court, the condition is not, it is of the state, what it is the question of law, not for the facts. Clear with this? So my bench in appellate tribunal, my bench will be a team of technical member and JM. Judicial member, national bench and regional bench, even in state bench and area wise bench. Okay, where the members are divided, where there will be experts, technical experts and judicial members. Okay, the national bench jurisdiction, where it comes place of supply, that is interstate, where between two states the issue arise. In such case, national bench and state bench other than the place of supply. Even if one point includes the what issue of state of supply, in such case also national bench will be there. So pre-deposit before appeal. Okay, yeah, appeal to tribunal, that is admitted liability, whatever admitted liability in full. So you are saying that I'll accept the demand, but interest and penalty I'm not accepting, or I'm accepting the partial liability. from 1 crore, I'm accepting the 10 crore of demand. So in such case, the 10 crore plus the 20% of 9 crores, sorry, 90 crores or 50 crores, whichever is less. The deposit should be this deposit should be given before applying to appeal. So in which cases the revisionary appeals can be there, the revisionary powers. The GST law also provides the mechanism of revision, okay, by way of revisional authorities. The order or by the subordinates officers, where on his own motion or upon the information received by him or on the request of SGST or UTGST commissioner, call for and examine the records for any proceedings. Okay. So records can be included, all type of records related to that proceedings. On the examination of records, if what revisionary authority feels that there was an erroneous or for as of prejudicial interest of the revenue, okay, where actual liability is 100% of tax liability, but with the common understanding with the commissioner, sorry, not commissioner, with a small below the rank of JC, have made just 15% liability. Such case or illegal or improper order passed or has not taken into account the material facts whether available at the time of issuance said. Okay. The before passing the order, the person concerned an opportunity of being heard should be given, and the decision shall be communicated to the officer lower rank than the revisionary authority and the two person. Even the revision order will be subject to further appeal, okay, to the tribunal, high court or supreme court, being binding the parties. So here I feel department has revised my order. Okay, after accepting it, where my liability has been increased. So in such case, the assessee can go for the assessee can appeal for appellate tribunal. Okay, in that time limit is 3 months. Clear with this? That time national bench. Penalty paid, where to file the appeal, whether in Karnataka or Tamil Nadu. In such case, national wise you need to go, not state wise. National bench. Okay. My questions now, it is a general questions. So, so now my next question is, okay, can I like when it when the orders or appeal has been against when appeal has been against High Court and Supreme Court, can I ask or produce an additional evidence? Can I additional evidence can be given? Revisionary order, then appellate tribunal. No, yes, yes, yes. New evidence are not allowed. Yes, sir. See, evidence shall not be allowed except there is so before there was a refusal to admit that evidence, admit the evidence. So whenever you submit the documents, there should be a seal and acceptance from the officer. Okay, so in that case, you can provide that evidence because at the course of proceedings, the proper officer had been rejected, or you had submitted earlier, but those facts and those documents were not considered by the proper officer. That's an exceptional cases unless you have a valid reason also. Okay. Or or appellant was prevented by sufficient cause from producing the evidence relevant as any grounds to appeal to adjudicating authority. Okay. Um, who are the authorized representatives? Authorized representative. Can assessee himself can be an authorized representative? Okay. Others, in the absence of authorized representative, yes, GST practitioner, CA, CMA, employees cannot be. Okay. So, retired officers, GST practitioners, yes. Retired judge, yes. Retired tax officer. What about retired tax officer? Company secretary, yes. Okay. So can we have few questions? So my first question, so this is GST, like all over question. Yes. Okay. Place of supply. In case of installation of elevator, I'm installing an elevator. Option C. So yes, option C. C. Where the movement of elevator commences from the supplier place? No, destination based. My GST is where the delivery of elevator is taken. No, where the installation. So once it is installed, it cannot be moved. Right? Installation of elevator is made. Where address of the recipient is mentioned in the invoice? No. Okay. So answer is supply. I'm saying place of supply. That is option C. So question number 2. So can registered or opt for composite scheme only for one out of his 5 business different units having same time? Can he opt one for composite rest in others? B. Yes. No. Answer is option B. Next. The value of goods and services shall be the value of goods and services. Yes, option A. Transaction value. Transaction value. Another example for transaction value. If I am the dealer of second hand goods such as car. So car deco car. So example, such case. Okay. I won't receive my ITC credits. Not eligible to what I have to claim ITC credit. My transaction value is if I have purchased the item car at 2,50,000 and I have sold at 3 lakhs. My transaction value exception is 50,000. On this, I need to pay either 18% or 12%. If purchase at 2,50,000 to sell off that old model, I'm selling that either like at 2 lakhs. Negative, no GST. No GST. Clear? Or or Swiggy, e-commerce operator, transaction value. Whatever the operator can give the discount. But what I'm charging on that only GST is paid. Okay. The taxable person may apply for provisional assessment. When? Option. When he can apply? So provisional under provisional assessment, the taxable person can apply only in two cases. When the value of goods or services supplied by him, he was not able to ascertain the value or rate of tax. Only in these two cases he can apply for provisional assessment. Answer. Yes. When the taxable person is not able to determine the value of goods, or when the taxable person not able to determine the rate of tax. Option D. Yes. Answer. Where an e-commerce operator. Example, Amazon. Tax need not to be paid if he's an like e-commerce operator, or agent of e-commerce operator shall be liable to pay tax. Tax must be paid in advance. So how much deposit you can pay if an Amazon? IGST is not applicable. What's the answer? Yes, if it's a foreign company, an establishment, foreign establishment, the agent, option B, agent of the e-commerce operator shall be liable to pay tax. So question number 5. So question number 6. Question number 6. What reduction from the transaction cost are permitted? Customer discounts subject to terms and restrictions, packing fees subject to terms and restrictions that is included to my transaction cost, right? Packing charges, additional amount paid on authority of provider by customer subject to requirements, okay? Freight expenses are borne by provider in connection with CIF response to demand subject to certain restrictions. Freight expenses. Answer. Option A. Yeah, any discounts received, discounts are subject with terms of restriction. Okay. So my question number 7. Yes. Mrs. Utkar Auto. Okay. Bhuvaneshwar registered under GST in Odisha is authorized dealer of Hero Motors. It has a policy of to gifting a Hero motorcycle to its employees at the end of financial year in terms of employment contract. During the month March 2022, the company gifted 35 motorcycles among its employees whose open market value is 18 lakh 41,000 excluding GST. Okay, so GST rate is 28%. Compute the liability. What is the liability? A. A. Sir, Murugesh sir, why is C? Why C? Why is C? So, another where if in such case ITC reversal. Answer C. If gift at the end of the year is giving to an employee as a gift. Okay. In such case, it is the gift value, even though if it's increase, if it is crossing more than 50,000, GST is applicable. GST is applicable. Then considered as supply. First, it is considered as supply. Okay, like in this case, so it is considered as what supply and GST is applicable. Okay, where it is 18 lakhs 41,000. So each employee, so more than 50,000. So per hero motorcycle is 52,000, approx 52,000. Such case, since without consideration the items are given, you need to reverse the ITC to the items manufactured, not paying the GST. Reversal of ITC credit. So option is C. Yes, 50,000 per employee. ITC reversal, where up to 50,000 is considered as gift. If more than 50,000, it is considered as supply. First, supply is on giving it with consideration? No, without consideration. Such case, what I will do, the items used for manufacturing of whatever 35 motor vehicles, I will reverse the ITC credit. Neither I will pay the GST. So option C. So question number 8. It's easy. Mrs. Liberty Shoes supplied footwear worth rupees 3 lakh through Amazon during the month of August 2023, out of which footwear 18,000 was returned by the customer during the said month. Okay, within a month only, the goods has been returned. Both the amounts are inclusive of GST. Okay, 12%. Intrastate, calculate the amount of TCS to be deducted by Amazon under section 52. What is the TCS amount? No, I'm not asking percentage. No, 1%, 1%. No, what is the amount? Option, which option? Which option? So, 3 lakhs and returned 18,000. Since it's both are inclusive, so I don't need to convert here. So 3 lakh minus 18,000 is 2 lakh 82,000. So this is of inclusive of my GST means 112%, 112, right? So if I need to make an exclusion to calculate 100 rupees, right? Cross multiplication. So amount will be 2,51,785.71 on that at 1% TCS 2518. Answer is option C. So question number 9. Mr. B, a GTA in Delhi, okay, goods transportation agency, supplied service of 60,000 to Mr. Q, a registered person. Okay, this is an intrastate. First, an entire amount was being paid to GTA. What shall be the tax amount to be paid under RCM? What amount? YB. See, this is an intrastate, within a state. Within a state, yes. So within a state, 5% GST. So it is option A, 1,500 each in CGST and Delhi GST. Question number 10. Yes, e-commerce operator who is liable to pay tax. Option A. Question number 10, option A. Then question number 11. Mr. Kanjus, located in Delhi, wants to opt for composition scheme for financial year 18-19. Okay. So he is engaged in the trading of branded flour, which is taxable at 5%. Unbranded flour is taxable at 0%. Turnover in branded is 70 lakhs and turnover is non-branded is 20 lakhs. He was also providing a service in the previous year by renting of residential unit, which is charging 1 lakh per month as a rent. Calculate his aggregate turnover to determine his eligibility to opt for composition scheme. Answer. How? Option C. I have only three values. Yes. Residential unit, it's outside the purview of GST, right? It's exempt, so not considered. Okay. Then next, 70 lakhs plus 20. Okay, 90 lakhs. Option A. Question number 12. So transaction value is transaction values 50,000. See Mr. A is a car dealer who has purchased second-hand car. Okay, okay. The person who has sold that second-hand car might be using it for personal use, right? There was no intention to do the business. There was no furtherance of business from his side. Okay, so that won't be under the purview of GST. Then, as per the transaction value, where the 3 lakh 50 minus 3 lakh. So 50,000 is my transaction value. And if you have purchased from the dealer also, the ITC credit cannot be claimed under the purchase of second-hand car. Option C. Okay. So I've provided the explanation which was given in 2018. Okay. This rule is applicable only to those cases where used goods are sold as such after manual processing, some repairs, okay, or some greasing is done for that, but not in the change of nature of goods. The car is a car only. I have not made like some what alterations, much alteration. No input credit has been availed on purchase of such goods. Okay. The value of supply shall be excess of selling price over the purchase price. If it comes to the negative value, then it shall be ignored. Okay. This was given via notification from GST, CGST. Question number 13. Option is C for question number 12. What is my value of supply? Option D. How similar again? Yes, currency is not the goods, but my initial first. What is goods? It is where the service has been excluded when the currency has been exchanged from USD to INR. I'm charging certain percentage of commission, right? On that commission, GST is charged. So, where I'm purchasing the items at 70 rupees for the USD currencies, but I'm selling. Okay, but today's rate is 70.5, 70 rupees 50 paisa. Then 50 paisa is my margin, right? Margin amount. So 50 paisa into 2000 USDs. That is 1000 rupees. 13 is option 3. Sorry, A. Please provide the transaction value of this question. Option is known majority. Please read the question. I'm asking the transaction value. Vouchers. Okay. Easy Coupons Limited sells the coupons at the redeemable against the specified luxury food products at retail outlets. Okay. Each coupon has a face value of 900 but is redeemable for supplies worth of 1000. What is the value of supply? See, if you think in other perspective, so during lockdown, okay, so we used to purchase the goods in small retail outlets. When for the employees they have given the food coupons, in order to utilize, exhaust them, they used to go to particular supermarket and purchase. So I'm selling the goods at my end. For me, I'm selling the goods. Okay, where I'm giving a certain percentage of profit, but the company is paying 900 rupees. See, whatever they were, see the worth of 1,000 rupees that they purchase, I'll be paying the 900 rupees. So in such case, redeeming. Another side, it is a marketing to that supermarket, right? So next time also they'll come if they have the coupons. So such case, option A, transaction value. The coupons which I have shared with the companies worth is 900. So answer is option A. So if you're e-commerce operator, so e-commerce operator gives the advertisements. If you purchase more than 1,000 rupees, I'll give the 10% discount. Or if you are a first login customer, so you will have an additional extra meal free, whatever you're purchasing, an additional extra meal. So that is his edit for his marketing. But the seller who is selling, the transaction value will be same. Even if we purchase one also 100 rupees only, two also 100 rupees only. Clear? So question number 15, where it deals with my exemption. Reduced to font size. Yes. Jain Agro Limited furnished the following details with respect to services provided by them in the month of June. Okay. So these are the services provided by them in the month of June. Compute the value of taxable service of Jain Agro Handlers for the month of June, assuming the point of taxation in respect of all the activities mentioned above falls in the month of June. Okay, it's a GST has been charged separately wherever applicable. Few items are exempt from GST. We have read, yes, yes. Scrolling first answer will be very sweet. Yes. So when I decrease the font size. Answer. This type of problem sums may come, or even in descriptive also, where you'll have inclusion of exempt supplies. Question number 15, answer. Yes, we'll definitely explain the answer. Sorry, sorry. I've just explained no audio. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, it is typo error. Okay. Supply of farm labor. Supply of farm labor. It is whatever used in connection with the agriculture land is exempt. Okay. Supply of farm labors, seeds, supply of seeds to the farmers. It is exempt. Okay. So whereas warehousing of biscuits. So it's not an agriculture product, right? It's a processed goods. In such case, GST is applicable. Sale of rice on commission basis. GST is applicable. So training for the farmers how to use the pesticides, new pesticides. So where you are training the farmers to increase the production. Such case GST is not applicable. It is exempt. So renting of vacant land. Okay. Other than the services to the shed farms for rearing of horses. It is taxable. 1,31,500. Testing undertaken for soil of farm exempt. Leasing of vacant land to an poultry farm is exempt. So only three services are taxable. So question number 15. Option C. Agriculture is an exempt service first. In that, so warehousing. So instead of keeping my agriculture product, I'm using my warehouse to the warehousing of biscuit. It's a processed goods, right? In that case, GST is applicable. Yeah, rice is exempt, but I'm trading. Rice is exempt. I'm not what, yes, rice is what agricultural. Even though it's an exempt, I'm using for trading purpose on commission basis. Yes, clear with this? So next, question number 16. Yes, option C. So from the date of filing annual return for 2018-19, annual return due date is 31st December 19 plus 6 years, right? That is 72 months. That is my option C. Next, question number 17. Mr. Raj believes in working in paperless environment. So he maintains the records in electronic format. Is he eligible to maintain the accounts and records in electronic form? Can he maintain? Or there is restriction? Yes. Option A. Yes. Answer is option A. So question number 18. What are the conditions where the proper officer may opt for summary assessment? Where the proper officer opt for summary assessment. So one, there should be a first in the interest of revenue to the government, and I need to know the whether there is a proper evidence to share summary assessment, right? And before issuing a summary assessment, I should take an what approval from the ACGDC, JC. Answer. Answer is option D. Yes. Answer is option D. So there is an evidence is showing the tax liability. Okay. So in your GST at 2A, GST at 2A, you are purchasing, but you are filing nil return. Okay. But why you are purchasing unnecessary month on month? Question. Okay. So next, yeah, before issuing a summary assessment, prior permission of additional commissioner or joint commissioner should be taken. and reason to protect the interest of revenue of the government. So option D. Question number 19. Option B. How? If a member of appellate authority differs between two members only, there is a difference of opinion. Okay, then it shall deem that no advance ruling can be issued. So the members they have not come into the point. Okay, in that case, advance ruling they won't issue advance ruling. They in respect of questions covered under the appeal. Okay, such applications for ruling is withdrawn. Okay, the advance ruling is filed before the court. No, you can't go just an what see before entering into an agreement or any transactions, you're like before an assessment you are going you yourself voluntary basis you are appealing to the for sorry your voluntary basis applying for at what price, what is the change, or for what percentage the goods should be processed or transferred, right? So option C is not applicable. Advance ruling is passed for whatever is a beneficial of applicant. No, no advance rule can be passed if there is a difference in opinion between the appellate authorities. Okay, the application for ruling cannot be no. Okay, no option is option A. No advance ruling can be issued in respect of the questions covered under appeal. So next, last question. Question number 20. Answer A, B, C, D. Mix. The appellate authority or appellate tribunal shall not take any additional evidence produced unless the adjudicating authority, I'm saying, unless the adjudicating authority initially to whom I have appealed, Commissioner appeal, I had gone first up to Commissioner appeal. Okay, unless the adjudicating authority or any officer authorized in this behalf by the said authority has been allowed of reasonable opportunity, unless okay to examine the evidence or the documents or cross-examine any witness produced by the appellant, to produce any evidence or any witness. Okay, rebuttal of evidence produced by the appellant under the said rule. No. Then either A or B. No. Option is none of the above. See, unless previously you have produced the whatever the records, evidence, so new evidence, the additional evidence cannot be produced unless if you are given, unless these are documents are accepted and examined, okay, from the appellate authority, for adjudicating authority before. So option is option D. So my see, the thing is first, when the additional evidence can be accepted unless it has been approved or submitted at the time of like what commissioner appeal, right? Initial stage. I can't go and add on the what additional documents, additional evidences. See where, see the exception will be there where the adjudicating authority, or as the case may be, okay, has refused to admit the evidence. Okay, at initial stage, whether he has been refused to admit exception cases or prevented by sufficient cause. Okay, only in these two cases we can provide that additional evidence. Else, so you can't give unnecessary other evidence documents. Okay, in proceedings. Yeah, option D. Yes. So that's all. So tomorrow we'll be starting with customs, complete with foreign trade policies.
It was good, sir. It was good, but little,
Huh?
yeah, it was good, actually, but you have to study.
Okay, okay, okay. Revan Siddhappa,
ಯಾರು
anything? You unmute.
ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಊರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್
Nagraj, Rajesh,
Hello,
yes.
sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, nowadays we used to receive a lot of late fee notices in respect of GSTR1.
Okay,
Okay. Section 47 provides levy of late fee.
yes.
Okay. As far as the proper officer is concerned, just I wanted to know how, under which provision he can recover the late fee, sir.
How?
Under which provision, under the
Huh.
GST,
Huh.
he can recover the late fee.
Who can recover?
The proper officer.
Officer.
Yeah, proper officer. Under which provision he can recover the late fee, sir?
Sir, when there is a section, automatically a DRC will follow. That's all.
Hello.
What actually you are expecting from us?
But under section 73(9),
Hmm.
it talks only about the interest, tax, and penalty,
Hmm.
and the late fee is silent, sir.
So you mean to say the assessing authority or anybody, they don't have any power to recover the late fee, you mean to say?
I think on the prima facie, it looks like that only, sir.
Okay.
As far as late fee is concerned.
Madam?
Yes. So see one. So under section 73, you're asking no. First, late fees is applicable only when you're filing the GST return lately after the due date. It will automatically pop up in your GST return while filing.
No, in many
Unless,
cases, madam, even today, actually, I am attending one case
okay, sir.
wherein the system has erroneously computed the late fee and the officer is telling
Okay.
the entire amount is to be paid in accordance to what actually the section 47. For example, 300 rupees is only auto-populated in the system. Accordingly, the people have paid. Now officer is telling no 5,000 rupees is to be paid. But what actually their contention is, when there is a provision, automatically that is to be demanded. Automatically we demand it. Because if they don't have any other area, automatically they will come. Somehow they want to see where actually the misouts happens. That's what actually. The particular question what actually Mr. Rajesh is asking, whether there is a provision to make a demand of late fee. What they want to say is tax, okay, they can demand, interest they can demand, penalty they can demand. How they can demand the late fee? That's his area of okay, we will take it as an FAQ, and will coming days we will also come up with some more lights. Ram Krishna. Armukam.
Yes, sir. The GST Act and rule are, it's like a ocean. Unless we are thorough with the act and provisions, we cannot just justify in our role.
That's what actually the professional skill qualification course is introduced for you.
Yes.
It is a skill qualification.
Yes.
So you will be, once you pass the examination, you will be awarded by skill competency certificate.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Shivakami Natarajan.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Yes,
Whether the
madam.
refund should be processed by the proper officer or else somebody else in a centralized manner, sir.
That we will that however he has thrown some light, we have taken it as an FAQ, whether by the proper officer or the proper this one.
Sir, one more question, sir. My senior, Mr. Natarajan, have registered in the CTPR course, but he didn't receive any membership number up to now.
When sir is registered?
He is registered on 27th, 2nd, sir, 2nd February month.
2nd February.
27th, 27th of
27th
February.
February. Just tell sir to check once. So within 2-3 days we will clear everything.
Thank you, sir.
Lokesh. Unmute.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, my kind request is we sent a memorandum, sir, for a draft.
Your voice is not clear.
Sir, now it's clear, sir. Hello. Now voice is clear, sir.
Okay, okay, no problem.
Hello. Sir, 1 minute, sir, 1 minute. Sir.
Yes, please.
Hello.
Sir, you can talk, sir.
Sir. So my kind request is, as you send the memorandum, sir, for drop the penalties, sir. For our honorable Prime Minister, sir, Finance Minister.
Who has sent the representation?
From your side, sir.
From our side,
Yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Sir, we are not trade bodies. We are professionals. Our duty is to convey what actually the law says. How we can plead on behalf of the taxpayer? There are very many trade organizations. They have to look into how we can enter other area.
So the very big issue is the penalties.
Whatever may be, sir. There are trade bodies. The trade bodies are specially designed for those purpose. If we do somebody's work, then they will issue a notice to us. The trade body has to collectively approach, and whatever their constraints, that they have to pursue the matter before the authorities. Then it will become a correct sequence. We cannot ask anything which is not related to ease of profession. Ease of doing business is there. If there are any technical glitches and any other things, when the money is not paid and all other things, that can be. But we cannot ask any reliefs.
Any possible, sir, from outside, other side, from your
Sir, you are from Davangere, no?
Yes, sir, yes.
You approach the Davangere District Chamber of Commerce. You tell them to file a representation before the Federation of Karnataka Chambers. In turn, Karnataka Chamber of Commerce will take it to Indian Institute of Industries. Okay. Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce. From there, all those recommendations has to come. We cannot straight away take those because it is not our area. We will take up any other hardships, but we cannot pray for any reliefs. Penalty, interest, rate of tax, all these things we cannot ask. We can ask for any modifications. We can suggest for any amendments, any deletion, addition, all this we can do. Definitely that all we can take it up, sir.
Nowadays, tax is there, sir. Penalty is more, sir. Tax is a little bit, but penalty is more, sir. That's why.
Definitely, when it has come to your notice, you have to bring it to your concerned channel.
Yes.
Because your dealer is related to Chamber of Commerce. From Chamber of Commerce, that representation has to come.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Nagaraj Kreer Sagar.
Sir, sir, good evening, sir.
Fast, make it fast.
Okay, just one problem is there, sir. So material supply from Karnataka to Tamil Nadu, sir, Karnataka state, to one of the party residing at Tamil Nadu state, sir. So before unloading the materials near the destination of that party, the officer caught the vehicles and for some reasons.
Okay.
And even though request, he did not heed to that request, and immediately he levied penalty, and we paid the penalty and got released that vehicles. Now my question is whether that where we have to file the appeal, sir, in Tamil Nadu state or the Karnataka state, because we being registered in Karnataka state only.
You are registered in Karnataka, but the proper officer is he only. You have to file the appeal there only.
Tamil Nadu only.
Because the higher authority, where actually, because the concerned officer is to be inquired, no?
Correct, correct.
He is the officer who has to, in turn, he has to reply.
Okay, appeal we have to file there only in Tamil Nadu state.
There only you have to file an appeal before that jurisdictional joint commissioner. Then you can have some professional services from there and you can plead.
Okay, but if it is caught in Karnataka state,
local, it all becomes local issues, no? Why
correct, sir, local.
All those things, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay. If it is caught in Karnataka, then we can file here in our jurisdiction only. There is no problem.
Try if they accept and if file comes, no problem. But generally, it is to be filed before where actually the cause of action has occurred.
Okay. And that one thing just I wanted to know that while raising the DRC challenge, now while creating DRC challenge,
which one?
We have to supply, we have to mention the Tamil Nadu or Karnataka state, sir.
Sir, whether he has levied IGST or CGST, HGST?
He levied IGST only, sir.
When he has levied IGST,
and as per his direction only, place of supply is mentioned as Tamil Nadu.
Tamil Nadu, no problem.
Just I confused, because the originality of the material is not from Karnataka state. That's
no,
why.
maybe what he finds is the anomaly occurred when the goods are intercepted in their land.
Correct.
So that's actually the point of their contention is.
Because secondly, what happens now in case of that Kanjani GST number is not mentioned. In case of bill to ship
number not mentioned. Madam.
Yes,
madam,
sir. Yes, sir.
You want to throw any light on this issue?
No, sir, I didn't get.
Bill to ship note is there, bill to ship. So billing address GST name is mentioned, but in Kanjani ship to that Kanjani name delivery point. So everything is mentioned, only that GST number is missed. So whether it is a serious penalty is levied or it is only just that technical.
You would have pleaded there itself under circular number 64. There is one circular number 64. If it fits within 500 rupees, 1000 rupees penalty can be levied and could have been released if the officer means. Otherwise, now
that is okay.
Go for appeal.
That is okay, but compulsory whether GST number is required, that is my question. In case of ship to.
Whether you have raised e-way bill?
Everything is raised, everything is correct.
So then where the GST number is missed?
That is Kanjani address. Bill to ship is there, na? Billing address is correct with GST number.
The third
Ship to
party.
address is there, na?
Okay, okay.
Third party.
Point of delivery. Okay, that you
Point
can
of delivery. Point of
you
delivery.
will get the relief in appeal
Okay, sir. Okay.
because prima facie the officers who intercepted the goods don't have much powers of that liberty and all other things.
Okay.
Their duty is
Yes,
to
sir.
catch hold and to just report.
Because heavy penalties there, that's why.
Manjunath?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Manjunath?
Hello, sir.
Yes, first.
Sir, ನಮ್ದೊಂದು ಕ್ಲೈಂಟ್ ಇಡೀ
You talk in English, everybody will understand. Otherwise, you and me only knows Kannada.
ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಡೀಟೇಲ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸಮ್
ನಾಳೆ exam ಹೆಂಗ್
ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್
ಬರೀತೀರಿ?
ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್. ಹಲೋ.
ನಾಳೆ exam ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬರೀತೀರಿ?
ಅಲ್ಲ ಬರಿಬಹುದು. ಅಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ನಮಗೆ ಏನ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬೆಟರು. ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅವರು. ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಾ ಅಥವಾ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ನಲ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳ?
ಹೇಳಿ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 4 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. If somebody's
Sir,
problem is there, they
okay,
will also come to know.
Yes, sir. Sir, in my one client relating to factory manufacturing unit, around in India 13 GST number. But
Okay.
in that they are in corporate office in Noida. They are issuing 2 invoices, ISD and cross charges like that.
Correct.
What is the difference, sir? Any document collection required or any reason? I already cross verified that two invoices already.
Yes.
ISD related to what they are receiving, any GST related invoices, they are circulated on turnover basis to every state.
Yes, proportionately.
And cross charges means any expenses in the corporate office, they are one bill raising to all GST number basis. Means what is the difference between the ISD and cross charges?
Sir, cross charges means you have your own another branch where from one branch to another branch a service might have been given.
Okay.
So in one branch that cost is to be raised. In another branch it is to be set it off. But as far as income tax, there will be no implication. But GST is a turnover. It is a supply from one state to another. So for that purpose, ISD, you go by section 19 and 20.
Okay. In cross charge related ITC available in sir, respective state.
Cross charge because it is within you. When once you pay, it is to be distributed accordingly. You paid.
Paid by the corporate office and claimed by the branch office.
Yes, definitely. Proportionately, everything is to be distributed. No.
Yes, sir. But on the turnover basis.
Service distributor. Only for services. It is not for goods.
Okay.
No, goods can never be taken up under ISD. Only services can only be taken up. For goods and an invoice in between, though it is a cross charge, invoice is must. One GST number to another GST number.
Okay, sir. In ISD related to cross charges means ISD related to what type of sir? In that also services also available in software related everything.
Any services.
Okay.
Any service. You might have taken some services from head office to your branch office. An employee might have come from there. So when they are billing it on the cost center basis, so all that will happen. Cost center. If they maintain the cost center, accordingly that will happen.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? Shall we conclude for today? Anybody? Okay. Muthu Kumar Swami, sir.
Hello.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Anything?
Nothing, sir.
Nothing. Okay. Govind Bhatt, sir?
Going better.
Yes, sir. Govind Bhatt, sir?
Sir.
Namaskara.
Namaskara, sir. Namaskara, sir. Sir, today's class is very useful, sir.
Sir.
So
big thanks to Pooja madam.
Yes, very, very thankful. Grateful to her. Because our knowledge is very limited Now increase it, sir, lot of.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
Sudesh Lotlikar. Sudesh Lotlikar. Lotlikar ji.
Unmute. Sir.
हाँ, unmute कर दिया ना, बोलिए. Yes, you can now
Sir.
talk.
Good evening, sir.
Yes.
Sir, mine transporter has purchased. He's buying every time a vehicle. He's a transporter.
Okay.
He purchased for transport business, transport carrier.
Okay.
Can he charge only 5%, sometimes 0% because of
No.
export? Just
No,
morning
no.
question, sir.
No. He cannot give any zero rated supply first.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He has to charge. If he charges on the forward charge
Yeah, he should.
mechanism, then
Yes,
only he
sir.
can claim the input.
Okay, sir. Okay.
There
He was
is
charged.
no this 5. If he charges 5%, okay, there will be no chance to avail the input tax credit there.
So better to charge 18% every time.
12%. Transporter is 12%.
Okay, sorry, sir. 12%. Okay, sure.
Then he
Sir,
can
confirm.
claim all the input tax credits which is available relatable to furtherance of
For purchase of fixed asset. Purchase of fixed asset, we can
it is a
avail, no?
transportation of goods.
On the maintenance also, we can avail
Yes,
maintenance
definitely.
of maintenance vehicle.
Yes.
Repairs and maintenance. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Madam.
Yes, sir.
Okay, madam. Shall we conclude?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Okay. One and all. Good night.
Just the meaning I need. Relief fact. No answer. To give some concession. Okay. To reduce the rate. No. Amend the law relating to certain kind of specific relief. Remedies. Where relief act, where your rights have been hampered, or to be hampered. Means where is my slide is see 1 second. Yes. Yeah, if party suffers due to loss, provide compensation. Yes. So relief act where your rights or to be suffered. Okay. In that cases, relief act has been enforced and to provide the compensation. Okay. So the relief act provides remedies for any person, civil or contractual rights which has been violated. Where a specific relief act applies to whole of India except state of Jammu and Kashmir. So where here the contract which has been breached means your rights has been hampered. Where to be breached means it would happen. Okay. In that case, injunction from the court will be there either temporarily or perpetual. Okay. Where when the contract has been breached, there will be specific relief either on the basis of compensation damage or recovery of possession. Okay. So example, you have sold the goods. So even the party is not paying you. Okay. In that case, either you can take back the goods. Okay. Or file a case for compensation. Okay. And specific performance. Okay. I had a conditional contract where I had given a specification and that goods still has not been delivered within a due date. In such case, the contract, in such case, that what compensation can be received. Next, rectification of instruments, where there is what mistake or misrepresentation, in such case, there would be a chances to recover or change the instrument. Okay, rectification, cancel. Just 1 minute. Sorry, I had received some inquiry. Okay, so next. So, okay, in next case, where recovery on specific relief when the contract has been breached. Okay, if it's movable or immovable property. If movable property, you can claim the compensation or get back the goods, whatever the goods has been given. Okay, so in such case, the specific and immediate recovery of movable property can be obtained by the plaintiff under the following cases: when the defendant holds it as a trustee or an agent. Okay, in such case, you can take back the goods. Okay, when the compensation is not adequate, and adequate relief when assessment of damages is difficult, when the possession of things claimed has been wrongfully transferred, either by misrepresentation or any other way, when it is wrongfully without knowing, okay, the goods has been transferred. Example, as I told, without the consent, okay, in an HUF, without the consent of family members, if the goods has been sold, in such case also can be taken back. Okay, so next is if it's an immovable property. Immovable property, so without his consent, it has been transferred. Okay, so otherwise, due to course of law, okay, he is entitled to recover the possession of the property. Only one condition, that he need to file a case within 6 months. 6 months from the date of disposition. Okay, hence he cannot file the case. Then again, the suit cannot be against the government. Example, if you have a house or a plot in the main road, okay, so that time if the government has acquired a certain part of your place, in that time you can't go against the government. Okay, and you can't file against the government, okay, for road widening. No appeal is allowed in the appellate court, or no review of petition is maintainable. Okay, if it's against the government, if the plaintiff has parted with the position voluntarily basis, if on voluntary basis, if he has transferred the goods, in such cases the suit cannot be filed. Okay, so next is a specific performance of a contract. Okay, the contracts which can be specially enforced, the contracts which cannot be specially enforced, persons for against whom the contract may be specifically enforced, or discretion of court of law. These are the divisions in the specific of performance of contract. So one question. So I had an old antique jewelry. Okay, old jewelry. I had many sentiment on that. Okay, so now my son had sold that. My son had sold that. Can I take back this, giving like whatever the consideration, and take back this jewelry back? No, why? Without my permission, the jewelry has been sold. I have some interest on that. It's from my great grandmother. Yes, yes, I can take back. Yeah, even though transfer of goods is there, you can, yeah, I can request. Yes. So, here, okay, when specifically perform, when there is no standards of ascertaining. No. Ascertaining certain or actual damage caused by the non-performance of the act, or when the compensation in money is inadequate. Since it is an old antique jewelry, okay, more than market price, it would have a value. Okay, but I have recovered only the market price of today's gold price. Example, okay? If in case of breach of contract, if it's an immovable property, compensation in money is inadequate. If it's a movable, compensation is adequate relief. Okay. However, in case of movable property, the following cases compensation is inadequate relief. Okay. Whatsoever, even though he has given a correct price as of today, but there would be some sentiment, or due to that antic, the cost may be more. Okay. Where it is not an article of during ordinary course of business, where they consist of goods which are not easily obtainable in the market. Okay. Where such goods are special value or interest to the plaintiff. So where the property is held by defendant as an agent or a trustee. Okay. So I can take back the goods, whatever the monetary terms he has value, we can repay, we can take back the item. Clear? But I'm not gifted. Without my knowledge, he have taken and sold the item. It's an example. Okay. The contracts which are not specifically enforced. Okay. Where there is an adequate relief. Okay. And the contract which is indeterminate. Okay. So in that cases, you cannot enforce and claim any relief. So example is, so when which example? Damodar Ghosh. So he knew that the person is major. Okay, the person is sorry. The in Damodar Ghosh case, Brahmadat knew that Damodar Ghosh is a minor person. Okay, he is in incapacity to enter into contract. Even though he knew the fact, he had entered into contract. The contract is void. So whatever the money he had paid to Damodar Ghosh, that cannot be retained. Okay, because there is an facts. Okay. In that this relief act, he cannot, under this relief act also he cannot exercise. Yes. So the person for or against the contract may be specifically enforced. Who can sue the specific person? A party to the contract, representative in nature, and where the contract is a settlement of marriage between the members of the same family, HUF. Okay. A reminder man of tenant. Okay. The revisional in possession, a revisional in reminder, or new amalgamations of the new amalgamation company, or a company on behalf of its promoter. Okay. So next, who cannot sue for a specific performance? No, who would not be entitled to recover the compensation is incapable of performing the contract. They are minor, unsound person, or disqualified from the act of, or violated any essential terms of a contract. Okay, with the essential items. Okay, there should be a free of consent, and it should not be with the force. Okay, with the any pressure. Okay, who acts in fraud of a contract, it is void ab initio. Who willfully acts at variance, okay, with relation to the establishment. Variance means pretending to be the part of the company. Who fails to show his readiness or willingness to perform the essential terms of the contract which are to be performed by him. Okay. Next, discretion and power of the court. Okay, so the court can intervene and interpret and give the decisions. Okay, if the plaintiff has suffered a lot, so in that cases the court may take the proper decisions. Okay, where the contract gives an unfair advantage to the plaintiff over the defendant. Okay, where the performance of the contract would involve some unforeseen hardship okay, on a defendant. It's not performance. So example, so I was the service provider to the hospital, to the service provided to the hospital, providing the medicines. Okay, so during COVID, there was a huge demand and the stock was not available with me. Okay, the court has filed a case against me that not providing the stock in time. Sorry, the hospital has filed the case against me that this man wantedly creating the shortage of medicine. Okay, there was a fact. Okay, with me I have a fact that my stock statement, and in my returns also I have no shortage of stock. In such case, can I get the relief? No. Why? The hospital has filed against me that I'm not providing the medicines to them. See, normal course I can, yeah, breach of contract, yes. Yes, I have the evidence, my stock statement. I don't have the particular items. But there was a huge demand to particular item, say kerosene. In such cases, the court can intervene and provide the relief to me. Why? There was an unforeseen hardship. During COVID time, there was a non-movement. Okay, we were not able to move from one place to another place. And sudden shortage. There was a huge demand for a particular item. So when there was non-availability of stock, how can I supply even though there is a demand? Even though there is a contract, I can't supply. Non-performance would not cause any hardship. Okay, when there is an hardship to supply, the court can give the in favor of myself. Okay, where the defendant enters into a contract under circumstance which amounts in inequitable. Okay, so what clear? Yeah, abnormal situations. No intent. No. I had an intention to supply. For me, what is there, I'll be supplying. But I don't have the stock. The opposite person is not even understanding and listening to my words, right? In that situation, even though he files the case, there is no use. Okay, the court is in favor of the pharmacy. Example. Next, rectification of instruments. Okay, so two parties came into understand and have done the agreement, I mean contract. Okay, but they were not able to sue against each other if in future. So in that case, they'll have an option to rectify the contract. Okay, when through fraud or mutual mistake, okay, they entered into a contract, but at the end, after few months, they got to know that there was a mistake. Okay, so example, technical mistake where I had had a building, so I wanted to rent my building to the school to run the educational services. So I had given them that for an rental of 3 lakhs per month. Okay, so this was there, and every year, based on the admission, so you should give certain percentage of rent as an increase in rent. Okay, this is my case. So I have a building I had given for a school for an education. Okay, the rent is 3 lakhs per month. Okay, so while getting signed, due to clerical mistake, instead of 3 lakhs per month, the person who had typed, he had given us 3 lakhs per annum. Okay, as a rental income. So he missed this point. If the admission increase, you need to increase my rent. Now, in this case, can the sufferer can file a case or rectify the instrument? Students, please. Yes. No, why? Sudesh, why no? No, why? My question is, see, I'm giving the building in the prime area where the rent for that building would be 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs per month. Yes, can rectify the instrument. Yes, as it's a mutual rectification. Okay, even though the contract would be in place, after a few months, I've seen that it is in 3 months, over 3 lakhs per annum. Okay, so this I can rectify. Okay, and does not express their real intention. There was no real intention to give only 3 lakhs per annum. Okay, either party or his representative in the interest may institute a suit to have an instrument rectified. Okay, so if the other party is not willing, so in such case I will have a valid evidence. Okay, this is a prime area, so what is the rent there for the building running of the business? Okay, this was a mistake. Instead of per month they have put the per annum. Okay, so initial base agreement we can take. The court may in its discretion may direct for rectification. The contract may be first to be rectified, specifically enforced, no relief unless specifically claimed. Okay, next, rescission of contract means cancel or come to an end. Okay, any person interest in a contract may sue or rescind, cancel the contract, and court may grant such rescission if the contract is voidable or terminable by plaintiff, or the contract is unlawful for a cause not apparent on its face and the defendant is more to blame than plaintiff. Okay, but the court may refuse to cancel when the plaintiff has expressly implied or ratified the contract. Okay, example, carbolic ball case where Carlyle has expressly like implied all the conditions, but now now the company is saying that I won't pay any compensation. In such case, the court may refuse the company's words and provide in favor of the Carlyle. Okay, where owing to change circumstances, the parties cannot substantially restore to the position in which they stood when the contract was made. Okay, and when the parties have acquired the rights in good faith without notice and for value. Okay, so in both the parties, so all the essential elements of the contract has been fulfilled and it was in good faith. In such case, the court may refuse to cancel. Okay, where the part is not severable from the rest of the part, only a small mistake, a minor mistake. In such cases, the court may does not accept or refuse to cancel the contract. Okay. So recession. So why either in restoring the position, taking back the immobile, example, taking back the immobile items, or refund the earnest money. Examples, earnest money and other profits, or restore any benefits received to give compensation. Next is cancellation of instruments. Okay, so when the initial stage, okay, if I knew, if the Brahmadat knew that Damodar was major. Okay, so even though he is giving the loan, that is void and cancelable at initial stage only. Okay, has a reasonable apprehension that such instrument is left outstanding, may cause a serious injury, may sue to have its adjudged void or voidable, and the court may, in its discretion, in its powers, so adjudge it and order it to be delivered up on and cancelled. Okay, and if the instrument had been registered, the court shall also send a copy of its degree to registration office. Okay, where example, Example, there is a sale agreement of land, like an agricultural land, say for 5 lakhs. Okay. So, after a midnight, so after, one law, like, there was a sale agreement. Still they had given the advance of, say 50,000. Okay. So after 2 days, so there was a news that their highway is coming. Highway. So in such case, after 1 week, the cost of the land had increased to 8 lakhs. Now, can I cancel the agreement? Can I cancel? Can I cancel the agreement? Government undertaken. Yes. If yes means why? No. Okay. Up to us. Yes, can cancel the agreement. Partially. If the buyer agrees. Okay. Yes means why? No means why? My question is, I had a sale agreement and I had given 50,000 as an advance. Agreement. Which is not enforced by the law. Yes. Yes, not registered. Yes, not transferred asset, only advance. Yes. One is I can return the 50,000 advance to the person. Legally not done, so can cancel. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. So, in this case, it is an agreement which is not enforced by the law. So, what if I had paid and the contract, I mean, in sub-register office also it has been transferred the asset, title of the asset. What would be in such case? Can I ask? 3 lakhs? 3 lakhs can I ask from the person? You can't claim. Yes. At the time of entering into agreement, at the time of transferring the asset, I didn't knew that there would be an highway. Okay. Even though he claims or he files against the buyer for 3 lakhs, it would not be valid, because at the time of selling, he was not aware of the highway. Okay. So cancelable when after 2 days he got to know, and suddenly the price was high, and since it's not registered, he can cancel. Okay. The court may direct plaintiff to restore the benefits taken or grants compensation. Okay. But if it's a contract, he cannot restore. And declarative degree is a specific relief that can be obtained by plaintiff against the defendant. Plaintiff is entitled to any rights. Okay. So any person entitled to any legal character or any rights of any property may institute a suit against any person denying his titles. Okay. So example, my house was there. Okay. I was not in the India. I was not in India for 1 year. Someone illegally acquired, changed and illegally acquired. In such case, can I file a case? Can I file a case? Yes. I was not in India. Yes. Any person can file. Okay. Where my title has been changed illegally without my knowledge. Okay. I can go for and file the case. Okay. Preventive means where the court may give, okay, or temporary relief. So I know my house is in prime location. Okay. And every day the builders used to come near my house and ask for the to sell the house. Okay. In such case, So, so I knew that after 2 years I won't be in the India. So in order to avoid these sellers, can I get the injunction from the court? Because in my absence, if the builders illegally, yes, illegally acquire my property, so there would be a temporary injunction, okay, judicial profit, okay, where granted at the end of the suit to prevent breach of any obligation, okay, existing in favor of plaintiff. Okay, so next, granted for specific time. So I'm asking the court for 2 years, or until further I return back to India. No one. So okay, either in the without my concern, they can sell the property. Preventive relief. So in case of perpetual injunction, to prevent the breach of an obligation existing in his favor, and defendant invades and threatens to invade the rights. The builder is saying, if you not give the house property, so I would do, I will kill the X person, Y person. Example. Okay, in that case, he can get the injunction from the court. So have a life threat. Okay, where there is no excess of standard of ascertained or actual damage. So emotional damage. So emotional threats I'm getting. Okay, where invasion is such that compensation in money would not afford an adequate relief. So, in order to leave the premise, so in order to evacuate me from the rented house, so they started to blackmail, or they started to stop supplying the water, electricity, or or like what in such cases, some serious things had happened in house, where the adequate, some death had happened, okay, where there was no water supply, electricity for a week or for months together. Okay, some things had happened. In that case also, injunction can be brought, where injunction is necessary to prevent multiplicity of judicial proceedings. Okay, mandatory injunction. So mandatory, it is necessary to compel the performance of certain acts which the court is capable of enforcing. The court may grant mandatory injunction to prevent the breach of complied, and also compel performance of request. Okay, clear? Yes. Injunction means order. Okay, example, what I told, a few people, builders are coming in front of my house. Okay, they're sending gundas also, okay, to threaten me. So in such case, order, court order. So these people are threatening me. So anything happens to me, these people are liable for my life. Example. Okay, clear? So injunction, when it is refused, when the injection can be refused. See, I've given the certain points when the injection can be refused. Can anyone give the examples? Clear? One example for where the plaintiff approaches the court and the court rejects. Relief from higher court. Example. I need any example. No example. Since an illegal agreement cannot be enforced. Okay. Death. Yes, death. Life threat to the family. Insufficient documents. So, see, example, Okay, stopping the widening. See, if your plot is only 30-40 side, see, stopping from the widening, where if your plot is of only 30-40, in that 5 feet is going away. So the compensation, the consideration is given by the government. Okay, if you feel insufficient, you can approach, and then they may increase. Otherwise, it will be reduced. I mean, only that much compensation you will be liable to receive, and you can't go further. Okay, government projects. Okay, if the court finds that appellant unsound, lunatic, okay, for the sake of public interest, yes. So injunction to perform a negative agreement. What do you mean by negative agreement? What do you mean by negative agreement? What do you mean by negative agreement? So I will say that if ship comes within 24 hours from USA to India, I will provide $50,000. Okay. So can this be enforced? I'm doing a betting where I'm saying within 24 hours, is it possible ship to travel from USA to India? No. No. Yes, not possible. When you know that certain element cannot be made possible, so you can't accept. Partially impossible. Okay. So do not certain act and coupled with negative agreement, do not certainly act. The circumstances are such that the court cannot grant specific performance, okay, specific performance relief, okay. It can grant an injunction, okay, or provide the time, okay. This is just an example, okay. So my main relief act covers is one, when the contract is going to be breached, okay, where it's an immovable property or movable property, or if due to fraud or mutual mistake, some instruments have, like any contract had been entered, so there the court provides or specific relief to rectify the contract, then cancel the contract, I mean, come to hand, or cancellation of instruments, okay. Then decisions or court orders, okay. Then injunction where temporary relief, so 2 years. If anything happens to my property, these builders are responsible. Where there is no my free consent for the transfer of the title, perpetual. So any civil or emotional damages happened to me, in that case, I can file and get the order from the court. Clear? This is all about the Specific Relief Act. So next, we are going to goods. Since we have, okay, so one question. My first question, since we have Contract Act and a Relief Act, so if you're, as per Relief Act, if you're not providing, like if the goods has not been so transferred, you have that you can compensate, okay, if the goods are not, like for movable goods, okay, if the compensation is not certain, okay, so you can take back the goods. Why the sale of goods act has come? To whom to protect? See, for any act to come in force, there would be a certain circumstances and situation to be happened. So Sale of Goods Act to easy of flow of goods. Yes, seller. Okay. Agreement to sell possible. Okay. Is whatever I transfer is goods. So whatever I transfer is a goods. So whatever I transfer is a goods. No. So I'm giving the money's worth of, I'm transferring, say, I'm transferring the amount of 5 lakhs to X person. Is 5 lakhs amount is a goods? Is 5 lakhs is a goods? No. Yes. So, in order to safeguard both buyer and a seller, the Sale of Goods Act has come into force, and it is regulated by law in India, Sale of Goods Act, and it has come into force in 1930. Okay, the provisions of the act is applicable only to movable properties. Okay, so I'm not speaking about immovable properties, and it extends all of India. Next, formation of contract for sale. Okay, so contract for sale, there is an agreement, first agreement, buyer and seller, transfer of property, immediate transfer or yet to be transferred, agreement to sell. Okay, so goods, existing goods, future goods, contingent goods. Okay, next, essentials of valid contract and prices, monetary consideration. This will be my contract of sale. So each one will be discussing now. So what is goods? Goods means, first I have told, it does not include any any immovable item. So goods is every kind of movable property which includes tangible goods and intangible goods. Okay, other than actionable claims, money in circulation, that is money in circulation. Okay, and also includes stocks, growing crops, grass and things attached to or forming the part of land which agreed to be served. Okay, so like I'm providing the grass, like grass mat, like today in all the MNC field they provide the grass or maintenance of grass. Okay, even that will be a form of goods. Clear? On this example also include stocks and shares such as preference shares, okay, or debentures, examples. So they may ask the questions, okay, like MCQ, since 40 marks MCQ you have, on this one question may come. I'm not saying definitely comes, may come on the meaning of goods. Contract between buyer and seller. Okay, yeah. Goods means it's a movable item. Okay, whether it's intangible or intangible, other than actionable claims, that is your money. Okay, but includes your shares and stocks, growing crops, grass, and things attached to or forming the part of land which agreed to be served. Okay. Next, specific goods. So specific goods where there is an existing of goods at the time of contract. I'm not speaking about future goods, speaking about specific goods when the goods were in existence during the at the time of contract of sale. Goods are owned, possessed, acquired by the seller at the time of contract. So there three are there. Specific goods, contract were identified and agreed to sell Okay, example, your phones or your washing machines, specific goods I have told. I told 10 kg, 10 kg what washing machine, but I received 7 kg one. But they have billed me for 10 kg weighing one washing machine. In that, that is specific goods. Ascertained goods. Okay, so goods which are identified in accordance with the agreement after the contract of sale is made. Okay, such as A owns 10 Maruti cars. B contract with A to buy one out of them. So from 10, any one I'm buying. Okay, that is ascertained. Unascertained means goods which are not specifically identified. Okay, at the time of making the contract. A owns 10 Maruti cars. B contracts to buy anyone out of them. Okay. Next, future goods. Future goods, the goods to be manufactured or produced or acquired. Okay. So by the seller after making the contract. Okay. That will be my future goods. Is future contract is void or valid? Question is, future contract is void or valid? Valid. On my future. See, my question is, the item, the goods is not in existence. Can I enter into contract? Not valid. It's unvoidable. I can have an agreement to sell. Yes, not valid. Okay. It's a future goods. Example had been for a farm, agricultural land, where a farmer had started to grow, say wheat. So I have given in advance of 5,000 example. So agreed that at the price of 35 rupees per kg, you sell me the wheat. Okay. So next, when the farmer gets the wheat produced, okay, after 3 months, so he'll be like that time they can enter into a contract and either at average price, if the price has gone to 36, so they can come into understanding and get at 35. Okay, it's an agreement, not a contract. Okay, contingent goods, the word contingent, can you tell me now? Contingent goods, what is the contingent? May or may not. So it is valid contract. No. Yes. So next, see on this MCQ question can be there. What is delivery? So delivery, my first condition is there should be an voluntary transfer. Voluntary transfer of position plus transfer from one person to another. Okay. Your option A will be voluntary transfer. Okay. Option B will be from one person to another person. Option C is none of this. Now, which option you would select? Option D, A plus B. A, D, yes, D. See, if A plus B, if option D is not there, very close, voluntary transfer of the position. Okay, there is no transfer of item with pressure or fraud. Okay, so first thing, voluntary transfer plus transfer from one person to another person. It's called delivery. So delivery can be there in three ways. That is actual delivery. Actual delivery, I had a goods. Okay, so when you came to my shop, so you asked for 5 kgs of apple. So I had a good, I took the monetary consideration. I delivered you actually. Then constructive delivery. Okay. Example, you ordered from Amazon. Okay. Say some electronic goods. Okay. At the time of delivery, you were not present. Your sister or wife or brother, someone were there in the house. Okay. I delivered the goods to your family member, but the OTP was received from your end. Okay. So in that case, if the delivery had happened, the goods has been transferred, okay, from the delivery person to the actual owner, okay, the buyer. That is called constructive. Had not transferred to you, but have given the goods position to your family member. Okay. Symbolic delivery. Symbolic delivery is where, so I had the 500 kgs of apple in one warehouse, okay, in a deep freezer warehouse. Okay, now you had entered into a contract to purchase all 500 kgs of apple. In that case, so I've received the consideration, so I will give the key of the warehouse. So that is a symbolic delivery, that I had transferred the goods to you instead of physical delivery. Okay. So these are the three types. Goods physically delivered, actual delivery, without any change in the custody or actual position of the things. Okay. So actual, the constructive. Next, delivery of the things in token of the transfer of something else. Key of the warehouse. Clear? Transfer of goods can be done when the transfer is effected without change in the position of custody. Yes, that is constructive. Example, I had ordered from the Amazon the item, electronic goods. Okay, but I was not in person. So my family member was there. On behalf of me, my family member had received the goods. Okay, so example here, a warehouse man holding the goods of a A agrees to hold them on behalf of B. Okay, my family person has received and agreed to accept the goods on behalf of myself. Constructive. Physical transfer means I was not available in that time, right? Next, I'm saying agreement. Here, please have clarity between agreement and contract. In exam confusion, they may give agreement, so don't take as contract. Okay. So I had 2 cars with me. So I wanted to sell to Mr. A. Mr. A. So he took 1 car and he was using. He paid a fair consideration as decided by third party valuer. Okay, that was 2019 model example. So when he got to know the same car in market, they are giving at higher price. Okay, so I've sold for 6 lakhs, but the car worth is 8 lakhs. In such case, can I avoid the agreement? Can I avoid the agreement? So now the person is asking, A is asking me that you give me another car also. Yes, agreement, it is not enforced by law. So when there is an agreement to sell the goods on the terms that the price is fixed by the valuation, so valuation of third party. So he biased, so he had fixed at 6 lakhs instead of 8 lakhs. My car was in good condition. Okay, such third party cannot or does not make such valuation. The agreement can be avoided. Okay, if the goods or any part thereof has been delivered, if 1 car has been delivered and appropriate by the buyer, he shall pay a reasonable price. Okay. So now one car was delivered. Okay. Here the 6 lakhs he had told. So I can discuss with them. So I'll say in the market 8 lakhs is there. At least you pay me 7.5. Example. Compensation. The party is not in fault may maintain a suit for the damages against the party in default. Clear? So example is given to understand agreement to sell at valuation. Okay, valuation. Next, nature of contract with in case of perishable goods. Okay, so example, there was A and B party. Okay, A is a producer. Say producer of mangoes. Okay. Now B had entered into contract that whatever yield you get in mangoes, okay, I will only purchase. Okay, whatever price is there. See, at the day of plucking the mangoes, B was not available. Okay, he kept in the storage for 2 days. He is not available. Now he is sold to C. Can he sell? My question is, there is a breach of contract. Okay, they had entered into a contract, not an agreement. Contract was there. Now it's an mango, perishable goods. Can he sell perishable goods? Yes. So can B sue, file a case against A? My next question, can B file a case against A? Breach of contract. It is not an agreement. B had told that whatever the mangoes produced in your farm, I will only purchase. You should not sell any of the mangoes to outsiders. Perishable can be avoided. No case can be filed. Yes, the concept is clear. Yes. So when B at the time of plucking, it was already the sweet mangoes. Okay. So at the time of plucking, B was not available. Either his agent was not available. He kept for 2 days. He saw no one was there. So he sold for C. Okay. Without the knowledge of the buyer also, he can sell. Where there is a contract for the sale of specified goods. Okay. No knowledge of seller at the time when the contract was made. See, at the time of contract, A was not aware that B will be available. Okay. Or the goods perished or became damaged. The contract is void. Okay. When there is an agreement to sell, okay, the specific goods without any fault, one on the part of the seller or buyer, before the risk passes to the buyer and subsequently the goods perishes or becomes damaged, the agreement can be avoided. Okay. So next, future goods. As I told, still the produce has not been there. Okay. So in that case, I can only come for an understanding, agreement to sell. Okay. And the contract is void from initio. So next, what do you mean by condition and warranty? Condition and warranty. What do you mean by condition and warranty? And given the notes, warranty is for replacement. Yes. Pre-filled things. Yes. So there was an ad. So within 30 days, example. Okay. So within 30 days, whatever the scar is what appearing on the face, okay, will get cleared. An ad from the pharmacy, sorry, from some cosmetics. Okay. My example is when what cream was available in the market, they had given the advertisement within 30 days. Within 30 days, your scars on your face or any of your body part will be disappeared, cleared if you apply this cream. Okay. The condition is every day during the night. In the advertisement, it was told every day during the night you apply a layer of the cream so that it the marks starts reducing. In this, the person, say Mr. A, so he followed all the condition except he didn't wash his face every day in the night before applying the cream. Okay, then the scars has not reduced. Now, can he file the case against the company? Why? No condition not followed. Yes. Yes. No. Yes. Next question is, I had brought like iron box, a new brand iron box. Okay, that had given me 5 years warranty. That whatever happens. Okay, so you get me, I'll get replaced or get repaired. Okay, so after 6 months, I started to see this what fire sparks. Okay, whenever I on, so inside the iron box, there would be a sparks or electric shock. So, can I get replaced? Yes. 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 So, bone meter case. Yes. Actually, one more is bone meter is filled with sugar only. And no person will become taller, stronger, and fit. Next. Yes, condition is certain stipulated conditions to be followed if you want to claim any damages. Whereas warranty means you have purchased the item. So any defects in your electronic goods, you can claim the damages. Okay. They can't refuse it. Okay. Next, voluntary waiver. Voluntary waiver. Example. So I had given the furnitures to an charitable trust. Charitable trust. Okay, I saw their purpose. They were very good faith. Okay, they were like serving to the blind people. They want to create an employment opportunity to blind people. Okay, so I started to give a free of furnitures to them. So there, the consideration I'm giving waiving off. Can I do the waiving? Yes. Compulsory waiver. Compulsory waiver. Now, okay, like donation. Yes. Example for compulsory waiver. You would have come across day to day. Waiver. Waiving off. Compulsory waiver. Any example? GST. Yes. One time. Restoration. Restoration. Oh, yes. Domestic scheme. Yes. Compulsory waiver. Yes. Yeah. These acts, contracts, it's not a contract where you're bound to complete. Okay. You're bound, you're mandatory. Waiver. Yes. Agriculture loan. Yes. Natural calamity. Yes. And COVID time. COVID time for your EMIs or your any bounce, check bounce case were not valid. They should waiver of your interest. Yes. That is the examples for compulsory waiver. Either it can be expressed, conditions and warranties, either it can be expressed or implied. Okay. These are the examples and types. So, next, before whatever you can file the case against the seller. Now, one, caveat emptor where it says seller beware, be aware, be aware. Okay. When you're purchasing the item, buyer is not, sorry, buyer be aware when you're purchasing the item. Okay. Seller is not responsible. Okay. Seller's duty to check. Example. Okay. One example. Please give me the example whether who is responsible. Okay. So I went for to purchase the horse. I went to purchase an horse. Okay. There was Ram. He was having horse. Okay. He showed me. Okay. Okay. I took a ride also. But he didn't disclose the fact that horse is not fit for competitions. It gives only for a ride. You can take a ride. Now who is responsible? Either seller or buyer. Buyer had checked whether horse is fit and he took a ride. It had a slow ride. Why seller? Buyer. Yes. Buyer's responsibility. I had purchased. I'm displaying the horses which I have. It's your responsibility to select the horse at your choice. If you want the data, I will give. But I never told that this horse is fit for competitions, horse race. As per his requirement, he is responsible. Yes. So in few cases, buyer is responsible. Okay. Seller is not responsible. It is the duty of a buyer to examine the goods thoroughly. Okay. I had displayed whatever the horses which was in my shed before he buys. Okay. In order to satisfy himself. Okay. But the goods will be suitable for his purpose. He didn't mention me. The horse required for his horse race. Okay. Which he is buying them. Okay. Let the buyer beware. Okay. On these also the questions may arise. So conditions, buyer had made to known to the seller. Buyer had made, if he had told that I need the horses which is fit for a race, horse race, then he would have shown the certain other horses. Okay. Buyer relied on the seller's skills. Okay. Sellers to supply goods of description. Okay. Where this condition does not apply. So I wanted a water bottle which keeps my water warm for 8 hours. Okay. But the seller had given the other product. In that case, seller is responsible, not the buyer. Okay. I relied on the seller's skill. Okay. The exceptions, MCQ questions on these exceptions will be there. Fitness as to the quality, condition, goods purchased under patent or brand name. So if I'm purchasing the items under the brand, say as like Surf Excel, so that the brand as Surf Excel powder only shows that cleans the clothes very nice. Okay. That these are the exceptions. Okay. Goods sold by description. Okay. And mercantile quality and goods sold by sample. Sample buyer's responsibility whether to accept the sample item. It is his wish. Okay. Goods by sample as well as description, trade usage, seller activities conceals the defects or it's guilty of fraud. Okay. So what do you mean by unpaid seller? Example. Unpaid seller example. See, there is description. What do you mean by unpaid seller? There is an example. But what do you mean? Any examples? Because we see or the effects is there on day-to-day business. Unpaid seller. Unpaid seller. 19. Credit terms, yes. Payment is pending for a long term, yes. But you need to pay either when you're purchasing next time. No, unless online purchase, unless you pay, the item will not be delivered. Okay. There is a control point. Dishonor of check. Okay. Sample sale. No, it is a free of cost. Sample is for just as making us advertisement. No, lack of supply, not. The person is ready to supply. Amazon is on what basis unpaid? No. Unbilled sales, wrong. Partially paid, yes. Credit sale, okay. So, see, unpaid, where the price is not paid or tendered and seller has an immediate right to action for the price. Okay. In your case of Amazon, if you have not paid at the time of ordering, but at the time of delivery, you need to pay. Otherwise, the goods won't be delivered. Okay. When the bill of exchange or other negotiable instruments has been received as a conditional payment, but it's been dishonored. When it has been dishonored also, he is known as unpaid seller. Okay. So first, rights of a seller. So he has, when the rights of, against the goods, against the good, right to lien, when the goods sold without any conditions. Okay. As per the specification, customization, when the goods has been sold, credit period has expired. Okay. Buyer becomes insolvent. Okay. In those cases, the seller can take back the goods. Okay. These three. Next, right to stoppage of goods. Okay. So this stoppage is the seller must be unpaid. First, parted with the possession of the goods. Goods in transit, buyer has become insolvent. So, example, if you had ordered the goods in your Amazon, but at the time of delivery, if you are not paying the amount, okay, that time the Amazon has ordered the delivery person, unless they pay, don't deliver the goods, don't give the possession of the goods. Okay. The right to stoppage. Okay. Right to resell. So right to resell. Okay. So Mr. B was not there. Okay. So he was not available for the 2 days. Okay. The goods are getting perished. Okay. In that case, he has a right to sell. Unpaid seller has given the notice of intention to sell. Clear? And if there is any personal damages, like, so I had given a credit of 10 lakhs. Okay, that was my working capital. Even though after 6 months, the person has not repaid back me. So I can suit for the interest. Okay, for any damages for non-acceptance. Then suit for a price. Okay, so I had sold the goods at the price of 10 lakhs, example, but you paid only 5 lakhs. Okay, still I have not realized, but the goods cost has been increased. Goods cost has been increased, and even after 6 months also you are not paying me the balance amount. So in that case, for the price also I can file a case. Next, auction. Auction. One example for auction. Example for auction. Tender, jewelry, house. Yes. When you don't pay your EMI, so you will have a notice, 3 to 4 notices. Okay. Even after notice, you're not responding and you're not denying from the payment. default in payment, vehicle, yes, bidders. So in order to realize their loan amount, after all final notice for auction, the house can be auctioned. Okay, recover the loan amount, balance they'll pay to the house owner who had taken the loan. Pawn broker can sell after the notice, yes. Auction, bidding. Then who all get to know about the auction of the house? They can purchase. Who will bid the highest value? They can purchase the goods. Okay. The goods are sold in lots. Okay. Completion of the contract of sale. Right to bid may be reserved. Okay. Where the sale is not notified by the seller. Reserved price, pretended bidding. Legal routes for auction sales. Clear? Clear? Still here? Gold loan, yes. Yes. So can we have today for 10 minutes break? So we'll be resuming at 7:30. 7:30 class will be resuming. So what is negotiable instruments? Is my money is negotiable instrument? Yes. Check, yes. DD, yes. Any other? Only check is negotiable instruments. Bill of exchange, yes. DD, okay. Mode of payment excluding cash, yes. So transferable instrument, negotiable instrument in a piece of paper, creating the right to receive the money and corresponding liability to a person to pay. So, as per the Act, we have 3 instruments: promissory note, bill of exchange, and check. Okay. So, in that, first it should be in writing. Okay. First condition. So, in an oral, I owe you the 10,000 rupees. So, that is not an instrument. Okay. There should be a valid document. Freely transferable means I can endorse the document. It should create a right of a person to receive a money and corresponding person, liability of a person to pay the money. Okay. Holder's title is free from defect. Holder is due course acquires a good title irrespective of any defects in the previous holder. So A sells goods to B. Okay. A sells the goods to B. So at the time when he received the goods, he didn't have money. So he promises to pay A after 3 months. Clear? He promises to pay after 3 months. Okay. In this, so A will say, I promise to you to pay for the goods worth rupees 10,000 after 3 months, and he will sign and he will give to A. Okay. In this, it's in writing, and there is no condition and condition. He's not saying that if you give 5% discount, I will be paying after 3 months. Example. Okay. Unconditioned promise. And certain sum. certain sum. Okay, this constitutes promissory note. Okay, so promissory note is an instrument in writing, not being a bank note, that is your currency note, containing an unconditional undertaking, okay, signed by the maker to pay a certain sum of money. So in this example, BU promises. So he is an maker and he is an payee who accepts after 3 months. Okay, who receives the money. So next, parties. Parties for promissory note, maker B. Who makes the promissory note? He is a debtor from whom we receive, liable to receive. Okay, payee, the person to whom the amount is payable. Okay. So essential requirements of promissory note, it should be written: promise to pay, definite and unconditional promise. There is no conditions that after a certain event happening, I'll be paying. Okay, certain sum is there to the maker and payee must be a certain person, signature and promise in money and stamped. Okay. Next is bill of exchange. So, same case, A sold the goods to B. Okay. So, now he don't have money. So, promissory note is not available. So, he draws a bill. So, here, so A, so he writes, I order to pay you or receive a certain sum of money. Sum of money. Here I'm ordering. Order. Okay. A will sign and B will sign and it should be stamped. Okay. And he is an maker. In this case, he is an drawer. Okay. And here he is an drawee who receives and who has a liability to pay. Okay. Whereas in first case, B is a maker who's promising that I will pay after 3 months. Okay. That is in promissory note. Whereas in bill of exchange, A is ordering to pay. Okay. Certain sum of money within a certain period. Okay. Clear? Yes. Clear. So if he's not paying, so he want to do immediate realization, he can transfer to C. That is called endorsing. Endorsement. Then he will be liable to receive. So an instrument in writing containing unconditional order. This is a difference between bill of exchange and promissory note. Promissory note is an unconditional promise. Here I'm ordering a seller is drawing a bill of exchange on B. Okay, signed by the maker, directing a certain person to pay a certain sum of money to a certain person or to order of certain person or to the bearer of the instrument. If I have endorsed the instrument, he is liable to pay to that person. Okay. So drawer who makes, that is A. Drawee is B, who is liable to pay. Acceptor, the person who accepts the bill of exchange, normally drawee, that is B. And payee, when it has the instrument has been endorsed, means C, hence the A. Clear? So essential requirements, even this should be in writing. Unconditional order, then it must be signed. The instrument must be signed by both the parties. Okay. This there should be certain sum. A medium of payment should be money and money only. Okay, and it should be registered, stamped. Next, check. So check made over. Yes. So next is check. Check where an intermediary person is the bank, right? So I have the check where I have a check. I will pay to Mr. A, Mr. A or a bearer. So certain sum, I don't put 10,000 plus 10,000 plus 5% interest. As such, I don't write. So 10,000 only. And in this, and I will be signing. And here my SBI bank. Okay. So my question. So I am Mr. B. Mr. B had prepared the check in the name of A and given a certain sum of money. Okay. Now, who is a drawer? Drawer and drawing and paying. My first question, who is a drawer? Yes. Here my intermediary party on demand. I'm not requesting. I'm not calling to my SBI bank. So bank person, whether can I make can I draw a check today? No. There is an on demand, on order. I'm drawing a check. So bank is liable to pay the money, certain sum. Okay. Drawer is my A. Drawer is my bank. That is my SBI. Pay is B, who receives the fund, who has the instrument. Okay. And even this is whereas check is also known as bill of exchange, but is drawn on banker and payable on demand. Clear? Next, types of business. Clear with this? Yes. Okay. So do I need separate PAN to start my sole proprietor business? Separate PAN to start my sole proprietor business? Yes. Who is that person? Then an individual will have two PAN cards. I'm asking only for sole proprietor. Okay. So his individual PAN. Okay. So any other registration? Any other registration? Any other registration? GST. Okay. TAN. PT required. Udyam. Yes. So, yes. Your statutory registrations. Okay. MSME. If I'm starting an hotel business, what registration I required? Hotel business. SSSI. Yes. So this is very easy to start. So tomorrow I plan to start hotel business. So what on same I don't need to apply for a PAN. I already on the individual name I'll have a PAN. Bank account I will have. Okay. So on that basis required few statutory registrations and start my business. What about HUF? HUF, do they require the PAN? PAN requirement? Karta, yes. PAN, bank account, okay. To apply for the PAN, what is the major document? I can't apply on my own PAN, right? On individual. Yes. Trust deed. HUF deed. Not a trust deed. Yes. Affidavit. ID proof. Yes. Based on, so first you need to have a HUF deed in place, then representative person, and you can apply for a PAN and you can start a business and other registrations. Okay. Next, partnership firm. So there is A, B, and C. 3 partners. So what is the first thing they need to do? They want to start a business, say provision store. Provision store. Partnership deed. ROC doesn't come here. First is my partnership deed. Yes. Next, after partnership, PAN. Yes, PAN and TAN. Then firm registration. Yeah. With firm registrar, I need to get registered. I'll get the certificate. Then other statutory registrations. Then I can open my current account. Okay. Okay. The next, my first one question. In the absence of partnership deed, what is the ratio of sharing the profit between ABC? Equal. Equal. Yes. So what is the percentage? What is the interest percentage on capital? Absent of partnership deed. No. 12% when absent of partnership deed. Do I need to charge? No condition. So maximum, that's it. I'm asking interest on capital. There is no deed. When there is no agreement, the interest on partnership, interest on capital, what's the percentage? No, 0. Maximum you can charge if it's given in your deed. Next, LLP. My first LLP process formation. Same. It is same as partnership deed, partnership form, but it is registered under ROC, and at any point of time, LLP can be converted into company. Okay. Now, my first step towards formation of LLP, please, there is no deed. As per my understanding. Okay. LLP, ROC, name availability, run application. So you will provide 2 names, run application. Second, so one name has been allotted. So you need to fill the application, that is Philip form. Philip form within 20 days. Please, with not 60 days. One mistake which I made recently, where I thought I have the time period of 2 months. Okay. Since the documents were not given by the partners, I delayed. So I was not able to apply for this name. So within 20 days, your LLP Philip form should be submitted. Okay. So one more option is there. If the time period is getting expired, you need to apply for extension of further 20 days. Okay. Even that has been expired. So one more option is, again, you need to file a run application. You have to attach your old old name, whatever the name approval which you got in previous approval, that name. So then you will get the same name. Okay. Next, for DSC and DIN. DSC and DIN of the partners. DSC if you take next, you should have DSC to fill the Philip form. EMOA. It is not paper now. MOA and AOA. Agile form. Share ratio. Yes. Then you can apply in same form only for PF and ESI. After that, once you get certificate of incorporation. Once you get certificate of incorporation, within 30 days, you need to upload your agreement, LLP agreement. See, partnership form, you're getting registered, okay, with sub-register, but LLP agreement. So you're doing the run application, then you'll get your certificate of incorporation, then the LLP agreement will be uploaded in the ROC portal. Don't forget this, okay? Else you'll be receiving the notices, okay? Next, appointment of auditor. So we will just incorporate and live, but appointment of auditor, when we will do? When we will do appointment of auditor? ADT 1, yes. Before completion, within 30 days, before completing my financial year. Okay. This is one privilege for LLP, not as company within 30 days. Clear? So, next, similar steps to one-person company also. Okay, you need to file a run application with the ROC, then fill the forms. But here, after getting incorporated, you have to file INC 20A, that is commencement of business. So, one-person company, private limited companies, okay, they should file within 120 days commencement of business. Okay. Else the further forms, you cannot file further forms. And every year the DIM should be activated, should be active. Else you need to pay 5,000 penalty and get activated. So if your DIN is not active, you cannot file the further any other forms. Yes, only one director. Yeah, in a board meeting, he himself can appoint. For one person, AGM is not necessary. The next. So as told, sole proprietor means the owner, where all the risks are borne by the sole proprietor. The sole proprietor has unconditional and full control over the business. There is no any other second party management. Okay. So examples, small examples. Advantage, quick decision. I don't need to arrange any board meetings. Okay. Immediate decision, confidentiality of the information of my business, direct incentives, sense of accomplishment, and easy of formation and closure. Whenever I can start my business, or if it's in loss cases, I don't want to go for closure legally. Limitations, management skills. Okay. No person is perfect here. Okay. He may have certain limitations. Okay. Example, if I have a sole proprietor business, okay. Example, if I am very good at GST, okay, I'm not necessary to be good at income tax. Okay. DT, right? There would be certain limitations. I know DT, but not good. Okay. Example, limitation of resources. Okay. I can't hire experts. Example, unlimited liability, lack of continuity. Okay. Formation, as everyone told, I need just Aadhaar and PAN, income tax, specific shop and establishment, state specific, law relating to professional tax, MSME, small scale industry or other related minor acts, and GST registration. And even GST unless when your turnover exceeds. HUF with the deed, registered deed, obtain PAN, open the bank account and start the business. Partnership firm. It's a relation between persons agreed to share the profit of the business carried on by all, one of them acting for all. Next, features agreement between the two partners, and it should be in writing, and there should be an information where the business is started, so what is the object of the business, sharing of the profit and business motive, and who is responsible, who is an main partner who takes all the decisions, like whatever for the bank transactions. Okay, authorized partner. Advantage, easy of formation, and you get large resources and skilled people, flexible and sharing of risk, combination of different skills. Same. What are the deeds should contain address, name and address of the firm, partners, capital contribution, profit sharing, rate of interest, rights and duties, obligations of the partner, and settlement of the accounts on the dissolution of the firm. Then on any retirement of the partner, retirement of any partner, what is the procedure? What would be the like how do we do settle their accounts? Salary, commission payable to partners. So there, then rules to be followed, modes of settlement, any other affecting the rights of the partner. These are the three ingredients where to form for the partnership deed. So registration, so just get the name and apply for applying the application form 1 to the register, specimen of the affidavit, certified original copy you will get. Okay, partnership deed, proof of the place of business, then get other statutory registrations, LLP under ROC. Okay, so easy. LLP agreement. So here which all forms to be filled. So LLP agreement to be printed on 2000 rupees stamp paper. Okay. So first run application, name reserving. Okay. Next form of incorporation. Fill up form to be filed and submitted within 20 days after the name of approval. Form 3. So any information about LLP agreement or any changes. Okay, within 30 days, the agreement should be uploaded. Then appointment of auditors. Okay, that is within 30 days from the end of financial year. Okay, if I started the business in the financial year 2023, so within 30 days. So within 30 days means before 31st March. Okay. Before 31st March of 24, I need to appoint my auditor. Then annual returns, form 11, annual returns. So annual returns where any change in partnership, okay, or any retirement or addition of the partner. So arrangements should be informed. So this, that is 30th, on or before of 30th May. This is the only one which is before September. Next. And statement of accounts. So once after you file your tax audit, if you are not under tax audit, July, your IT returns, okay. Then next you will be filing your annual returns with ROC. That is on or before 30th October. How many partners? Now for 5 years you can appoint as per company. For companies, how do you appoint? Similarly, for 5 years, you can appoint. As per LLP, who is the auditor? Whom you appoint, he is the auditor. Within 30 days from the end of financial year. There is maximum 20. No. Reappointment is not necessary. But as for companies, we do. So every 5 years we'll be renewing. So we'll be filing ADT 1, right? Every 5 years. Huh? So for that time you can appoint. Similar for company. Is there any qualification for? Sorry, any in LLP, any business you can do. 5 years. Turnover basis may start a tax audit. Statutory audit you need to do, right? Partnership in 20 in financial institution, 10 partners. Yeah, 20. So next, OPC company, 1 person, an individual person. Okay. So it will be distinct between an individual and the company. Okay. There, similar way, you need to apply for DSC, apply for DIN, name approval. And as for companies, how do you file the forms? Similar way, you need to file all these forms. And these all are e-forms. After that, declaration for commencement. Okay. For companies, 1 person and private limited, this is must. INC 28 within 180 days. Within 180 days of the date of incorporation. ADT 1 within 30 days from the date of incorporation, and KYC, and these all are similar. Clear? But days are slight different. Okay. After your financial year and after you're filing your IT return, you'll be filing your ROC filings. And private limited company means company having a minimum paid up share capital may be prescribed and by its articles restrict the right to transfer its shares and limits the number of members to 200 members in case of private limited company. And first run application, then file form, SPICE form, MOA, AOA and PAN-TAN applications, including then documents, files to be uploaded, commencement of business, appointment of auditor, directors, DIN activation, AOC 4 financial statements to be filed within 30 days of AGM. So the next MGT 7, your annual return affairs. Okay. And few are event based. One is when you're appointing your auditor, else ADT 3 when you're changing the auditor, removal, resignation of statutory auditor. Okay. All are within 30 days. Okay. Then next, DR 12 when change in director. Okay. Addition or removal of director. And example, you have taken a loan. So you have taken a loan from a bank. Okay. That is on capital asset. Capital asset loan of 20 CR. Working capital of 5 CR. Should I need to communicate to the bank ROC communication? Is communication is required? Yes. No. Why? Yes. Okay. Why no? Person who had told. Yes, I'll clarify. Benefit is anytime 1 person you can convert into private limited company also. Okay. It will have a legal statute. Okay. Whereas 1 person, it will be a sole proprietorship. The name can be continued, except that one OPC will be removed when you convert into private limited. Yes. Charge creation is compulsory. Yes, charge creation is compulsory. When you take a loan, this will be actually few banks will be asking and will be following up regarding charge creation. Okay, else few companies had not done. On these also, when you upload your financial statements, you may get, there will be a chances of getting notice for not uploading your charge because you would have mentioned as a bank loan in your financials. Okay. So companies required to file e-form that is charge 1, within 30 days of creation or modification of charge. The e-form can be filed within maximum 120 days of creation or modification of charge by paying an additional fees. Okay. So when even though from 20 CR, you had paid up to 5 CR, example. Okay. Even that after those modifications also should be communicated to the ROC. Next. So Section 8 company. So what is Section 8 company? So 1% company is started by individual. Yes, Section 8 companies, not profit organization. Okay. X GSTN. Okay. NPO. ICTPI. Yes. Yes. They are not for profit. They'll have the what as a company recognized, and any people come together, okay, and they start the Section 8 company. Okay. So the name can include foundation, firm, association, federation, chambers. Okay. And next council, confederation. Okay. Electoral trust and other like etc. Okay. But the name does not include private limited company or limited company. So what is the main object? Is to ensure promoting commerce, art, science, sports, education, research, social welfare, religion, charity, protection of environment, or any other such object. Okay. Clear? Clear with this formation, types of business? Yeah, institute is not for profit. Education. Main purpose is to promote education. So next small topic is Shop and Establishment Act. So why this Shop and Establishment Act to be registered? Like why the companies should register under this act? Why? My question, why? Why to be registered? Answer. Why to be registered? Factory Act. No, Public Welfare and Employees Welfare. Okay. Labor Act. Rights. So here, Shop and Establishment Act, see, they ensure the social justice to the laborers employed both in the organization or unorganized sectors. Local authorities. So what would be the rights? So any benefits? So I guess you have heard, like, see, if, can you employ any minor person, children's? The Child Labor Act will be in force, right? So protecting a child, or like, or example, when you're not giving the maternity leaves, Women Welfare Act. Leave. Yes. Okay. These acts, if applied to people who are employed in shops, commercial establishments for public entertainment, amusements, and other establishments. What are the requirements? Okay. First is your ID proof of the owner. Okay. In the form A, incorporation certificate, authorization letters for authorized signatories, and you should pay a certain amount and file. So in that you will fill how many employees has been employed under you, what is the working hours per day, and where is the location? Okay, have you employed any other children or young person and women? Okay, what is your leave calculations? These rules on these things should be displayed. Okay, and annual in Karnataka there is an annual annual returns to be filed. Okay, and few states there is no, it is not mandatory to file the shop and establishment, but you should take the registration. Okay, the rule is working per hour. So actual working is 8 hours per day. Example, but we are making the employees to work 16 hours. Even now, even I'm not paying the overtime amount also. So any one person can approach the register and file a case. Clear? And guidance for spread over rest intervals, opening and closing hours, close days, national and religious holidays, and overtime working. Okay, and employment of children's, young persons, and women. Annual leave, maternity leave, sickness, casual leaves, etc. And see, since one recent incident which I came across, there was a woman, okay, she was conceived, okay, in order to pay a paid leave, so the employer started to pressurize indirectly so that she leave the company and go. Is it correct? No. Yes. So this act safeguards the person, so she can file that they're pressurizing unnecessarily. From 8 hours they are working for 15 hours. Huh? Okay, so employment and termination of services. So if the company terminates, they need to pay 1 month salary. Clear now? Maintenance of registers and records, display of notices, obligation of employees as well as employees. Clear? A small act. Yes. So can we take small MCQ? I'll just one second. Yes, this is my first question. First question answer. Morning in today's session. First question. What is general offer? 37, that's it. Option A, B, option A, B, D. A, B, A, B. Case law. Carbolic smoke ball. He had given a general offer, right? Or buy one, get one shampoo. Which will be for only specified period. Only for specified period. A, B, C, D, all. So, one second. Okay. Offer given to a specific person or persons and continues for a long time. Long time. So what is the period? Example, my what year-end sale. What would you call? Big billion day offer. 4 days. So even on 5th day, can I go and claim for an additional offer? No, right? Big billion day, Amazon and Flipkarts. No. Yes. An offer given to a specific person. Is my Amazon offer is my specific person? Anyone can order in my Amazon or Flipkart, right? So option A is valid? No. I'm speaking about general offer. Option A is not valid. An offer given to any number of people all over India, anyone can order the items until it is retracted, means taken back. After 4 days, order is not available. Okay. So I guess this option is okay. Next, an offer which is superseded by another offer? No. Counter offer I'm giving? No. An offer which can be accepted anytime and is never called off. Is my big billion day is not called off? Whole year the offer is available? No. So option is B. The first question option is B. Second question. Mr. Smart lends 5,000 to Miss Sweetie. Miss Smart tells Miss Sweetie after a week that she need not pay the amount. The contract is discharged by she doing any breach of contract? Or there any additional contract? New contract has come? Yes. I'm waiving off. I'm saying you are such a good person. You are doing a good activity. Furniture, example. I given the furniture to one charitable trust. Since their work was very good, were working for very good costs. So I told you don't pay anything to me. Waiving off. Option B, waiver. Question number 3. Question number 3. Yeah. A new contract is submitted in place of an existing contract. It is called what? Option A. Option D. See, I had taken a contract. So I wanted to add one more, an additional point. So I made a small alteration. No, but I'm saying new contract, totally a new contract. So I don't want product A, I need product B with certain specification. With parties are same. Okay, consideration is also same. Okay, same amount. Instead of Bosch company washing machine, I want LG washing machine. So I'm changing the contract. Recession, cancel. Option D. New contract in the place of existing. Option D. So next, question number 4. Yes. Question number 4. Under which of the following conditions can a proposal be revoked? I'm speaking revoked. Revoked according to the Indian Contract Act. Revoked means if seller before offer only he takes back the offer. Before the buyer accepts the offer, he takes back the whatever the offer he had made. Example I'm saying. Option A, by communication of notice of revocation by the proposer to the other party. Communication of notice of revocation. Option B, by the failure of acceptor to fulfill the conditions of proposal. Failure. By the death or insanity of proposer. By the lapse of the time prescribed lapse. By notice of revocation after acceptance is communication. So, after acceptance by the buyer, if he revoke, he cannot, right? In that case, option E, he cannot. So, answer is 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one? Option is not 4. C. A, B, C, D. He can revoke at any time by communicating notice of the proposer to other party. Okay. By the failure of acceptor. Acceptor didn't accept. Okay. His responsibility. He didn't accept. Okay. In that time he can revoke. Death of the seller. Lapse of time. Lapse of a time. Okay, by notice of after acceptance, after the buyer has accepted the product, after that you cannot cancel. Clear? So option 3. Yeah, only ABCD. E is not there. I'm saying the technical words after, not before. So question number 5. Question number 5. Thinking about question number 5. So how the preventive relief, that is specific relief act, is granted under specific relief act? Means before the builder does anything, threatens, I'm going for the court, at the discretion of court by perpetual, at the discretion of the court by injunction. So builders were threatening, I want to go out of country for 2 years. So anything, if my asset is getting sold, so anything, the title is getting transferred, I'm not responsible. Before that, I can get the injunction for temporary basis. Option C, both A and B. Option D, none of the above. Option B, again. So both are there. My option is C. When I can get the perpetual decision also, right? Option A from the court. Option B, for temporary base. Answer is option C. So my question number 6. When an injunction cannot be granted. When an injunction to restrain any person from instituting or prosecuting any proceedings in criminal matters. I cannot stop any person, right? So approaching to prevent the breach of contract, the performance of which would not be specifically enforced. Specifically enforced. Example, if you kill Mr. X, I will pay a certain sum. In that, can I file a case against Mr. A? Okay. There, even though there is a breach of contract, it's void at initial. Okay. To restrain any person from applying to any legislative body, I cannot stop any person, right? I'm saying cannot be granted. Or if court will say, okay, you go and kill Mr. A, I mean Mr. X, right? Option D, all the options. In any of these options, the court cannot grant the injunction. Question number 7. In which circumstance any person having the possession or control of the particular article of movable property of which he is not the owner, possession or the control of which is not the owner, may be compelled specifically to deliver it to the person entitled to and to its immediate possession. Means quasi contract. I got the stolen goods. So even though there is no contract, I'm liable to give the goods. I'm not the owner of the goods. When the goods would be extremely difficult to ascertain the actual damage caused by its. So position, immediate, having the control, okay, not the owner, to be compelled specifically to deliver the title, immediate possession, movable goods, okay. When the things claimed is held by defendant as an agent or a trustee, okay, of the plaintiff, when the compensation in money would not afford the plaintiff adequate relief for the loss of the things claimed. So option D, yes, all of the above. So in these circumstances, the goods can be returned, should be returned back. Option D. Yes. So question number 8. Question number 8. When the price is not determined by the parties to the contract of sale of goods, what price shall be paid by the buyer? When the price was not determined, what price the buyer will pay? Option D. The seller shall charge the price according to market force. The seller has not fixed the price. Example, Mr. Ram is my best friend. Okay, I gave him I gave him scooter freely, but he's not feeling to buy as such. So he'll inquire and he'll pay the reasonable price, right? The market price might be say of the scooter price is 1 lakh, but the scooter is already used. Option A, reasonable price. See, when I purchased the scooter, that time it was 60,000, 65,000. But today same scooter is 1 lakh. I can't pay 1 lakh. Depreciation is there. Okay. Option A. Question number 9. When buyer can sue the seller. Buyer can sue. Question number 9. He may ask for specific performance. If this being the part of the contract, water bottle, example, condition, he may initiate for breach of warranty. So had purchased mixie for iron box, 5 years warranty. But when he's saying that even though warranty has not expired, he'll say I'll not replace. So that time buyer can sue. He may initiate sue for delivery of goods if not delivered. So you told that you will be delivering the goods within 1 month. But even after 1 month, if you have not delivered the goods after receipt of payment also, in that case also he can file a suit. So option D. Yes, again, please read the question carefully, sir. In which case buyer can sue to the seller. Option D, all of the above. So next, buyer be aware. Question number 10. In a contract of sale of goods, the seller is under no duty to reveal unflattering truths about the goods. The doctrine is called as, why should I say the horse is not suitable for horse riding competition bidding, right? On horse you can travel. It's the buyer who want to check, right? Option B. Yes. Question number 11, last question. Which of the followings are not the negotiable instrument as defined by the statute? Are not. I'm saying not. B. Yeah. E. All the instruments are negotiable. No. Banker's notes. Banker is a medium who pay on demand in check. Option A, banker's note. Clear? Any doubts? Any doubts? So, any doubts with today's topic? So, I'll be sharing. Yeah, I'll be sharing the notes. Yes, 1 second. Notes and question. One more is mornings. Yeah. I've
There are
shared
no
all
doubts
the
with them, I think.
details.
It is not a question to Madam User ID that I will address, don't worry. Any subject question?
The notes has been shared.
Okay, notes you can download. Okay, the consolidated material will be, once the class is over, that will be shared, don't worry.